integrated construct. And again, in the case of Central Asia, that intensity of connection was not there. Then the ability really to engage multiple the major powers. Engage not in the sense of, oh, keep us out of your problems, because that's a kind of like, I don't want to get caught in the big debates of the day. That's not what we are saying. We are saying, yes, we have stakes in the big debates of the day. I will take my call, but there's no exclusivity in any of my relationships. I reserve the right to deal with each one of you as per my national interest.
Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has pulled up the Bihar government asking for caste survey data to be released. Supreme Court has now asked for the data to be put out in public domain so inferences can be challenged. The Supreme Court has questioned as to why Bihar caste surveys data breakdown is unavailable to public. The bench has said that breakup of data should be normally made available because people, when they want to challenge a particular inference, that should be given. This is the latest coming in as a bench of Justices Sanjeev Khanna and Dipankar Datta have said that if somebody is willing to challenge a particular inference being drawn, then he should be able to have access to that data. Senior advocate Raju Ramchandran for a petition said that he would like to bring on record a translated copy of Bihar caste survey. He sought an interim order in the case. With that, we slip into a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details as Siddaramaiah government opens 31-year-old case against car sevaks ahead of Mandir inauguration.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, हर गरीब का मुफ्त इलाज। 55 करोड़ लोगों को दी हर साल 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की निश्चिंतता। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be holding a high-level J&K review meeting in which the civil administration as well as the police administration will give a detailed report to the Union Home Minister. J&K LG Manoj Sinha along with the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and the civil and the police heads of Jammu and Kashmir will remain present in the meeting. The meeting will hold discussions on the developmental projects, the conduct of the urban and the local body polls in Jammu and Kashmir, as well as the security scenario in which the law and order chief will give the detailed presentation on the new plans of J&K police to establish the police components in the area that are now considered as one of the areas where the terrorists are suspected to be hiding, those who have carried out multiple attacks in the Poonch and Rajouri, and also a detailed presentation on the strengthening of the police pickets in the remote areas to curb the terrorism, and a massive joint operation that will be conducted by the agencies to vanish this terrorism from the region. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
There's a reason why over 200 new age companies scout for talent from our campuses. It's because we've future-proofed our courses with a higher technological baseline, with a thrust on specialized industry skills and tech innovation skills. The Amrita School of Engineering. Tomorrow's engineering today.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के माध्यम से किसानों की छोटी छोटी जरूरतों को पूरा कर रहे हैं। इन खर्चों के लिए अब उन्हें किसी दूसरे के सामने हाथ नहीं फैलाना पड़ता।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री के विजन से प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि योजना लाई है उत्तर प्रदेश के करोड़ों अन्नदाताओं के चेहरे पर मुस्कान। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के नेतृत्व में 2,63,00,000 किसानों को मिला है स्वाभिमान से जीने का अधिकार। किसानों के बैंक खातों में भेजे गए हैं 64,694 करोड़ रुपए। इस योजना के तहत सभी किसानों को प्रतिवर्ष उपलब्ध कराई जाती है 6,000 रुपए की आर्थिक सहायता। अब किसान भाइयों को कृषि कार्यों के लिए किस्मत के भरोसे नहीं रहना होगा। अन्नदाताओं का सम्मान, नए उत्तर प्रदेश की पहचान।
जामनगर की भट्ट फैमिली को तारे देखना पसंद है। जम्मू की भट्ट फैमिली को सितारे देखना पसंद है। फैमिलीज जितनी भी सेम लगे होती अलग है। इसलिए नया वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड जो दे हर फैमिली को उनकी पसंद की चॉइसेस, जैसे ईज माई ट्रिप, Amazon प्राइम एंड मोर। वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड, चूज व्हाट यू वांट टू यूज।
Helps beat sensitivity fast. Sensodyne Rapid Relief.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, भारत होगा गरीबी मुक्त। 5 सालों में 13,50,00,000 लोगों को गरीबी से बाहर निकाला। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
Siddharamaiah government opens 31-year-old case against Karseviks. BJP calls it appeasement politics. Rahul comes to defense of protesting truckers, says hit and run laws passed without discussion. Amid speculations of Jharkhand Chief Minister's resignation, BJP claims Soren's wife to take over. Major tussle within Indy over Prime Ministerial face. Congress plays peacemaker with Nitish. Jaishankar shows Canada. The Mirror says Khalistani elements given free run under Trudeau government. Fire at Tokyo's Haneda airport after collision between Japan Airlines plane and Japan Coast Guard plane. Viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. And a wave of protest was witnessed across several states as the drivers and truckers took to the streets against the new hit-and-run laws. Latest development coming in after Rahul Gandhi. Now, what we are seeing is that the Congress chief Kharge has come out in support of the protesters, saying that the government is trying to harass the poor truck drivers. So that's the big update coming on Republic TV. And as we see all these details coming in, what we are learning so far is that there has been an update on this story. Remember, viewers, that we are seeing that truck drivers across state protesting centers new law on hit-and-run cases. As per the new law, hit-and-run cases can attract a 10-year jail term and a fine of rupees 7 lakhs. And this is not going down too well. Let's go to Amandeep, who's joining us live right now. Amandeep, I'm coming to you. And as we keep getting our viewers more updates, what we see right now is a big update coming in where some kind of reactions are coming in from Rahul Gandhi. We saw that Kharge has also said that this is nothing but a plot to harass the truck drivers. Take us to the latest details coming in, Amandeep.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. The point is that if the Congress is pitching into this entire issue, so they are trying to politicize and trying to lure the voters through this issue. But the fact is that the normal people are getting harassed. The long queues outside the petrol pumps and the petrol stations are running out of the fuel. This is the exact situation. And each and every state throughout the country, they are dealing with this situation just because the entire supply of the essential commodities has been stopped due to this strike, as well as the states have also issued certain kind of advisory in their specific areas. The Chandigarh has recently issued the advisory that only 2-liter fuel will be given to the 2-wheelers and 5-liter fuel given to the 4-wheelers for the temporary basis. And these restrictions has been put out just to make a smooth way for the commuters as well. But the politicizing the entire issue is actually not justified. Shivangi, the point is this time the truckers need to sit with the Home Department to resolve the issue, to discuss the points. But politicizing is actually the wrong way and the wrong turn to be taken. And Congress has always taken opportunity to criticize the union government and to add more fuel into the fire of such kind of strikes. Though All India Motor Transport Congress has given this call to go on the strike by all truckers as well as the operators, that actually hits the supply of the essential commodity. In fact, instead of getting resolved this issue, the Congress is adding more fuel to this entire issue. That is actually not justified. The states are dealing, normal people are suffering, the commuters who are actually on the roads, who are out of their towns, they are waiting to get this strike over so that they can refill their tanks and get back to their homes. The situation is quite panic throughout the India, and the Congress is taking an opportunity to cater their vote bank into this entire issue. And even the union government has already opened the talks to the All India Motor Transport Congress to resolve the entire issue. The government is trying to resolve the issue, but Congress is adding more fuel to this. And even the normal people are getting harassed. State governments are trying to deal with this in this situation. They have issued the advisory and they are trying to calm down the people who were standing outside the petrol pumps in the queues, and hours-long queue outside the petrol pumps just because very few petrol stations in the states are having the fuel. And people are into the panic situation that if this strike goes long, what would be
right? Amandeep, I'll come back to you in just a moment. Amandeep, I'll come back to you in just a moment. Let's go to Charu Pragya of the BJP who's joining us right now. Charu Pragya, the BJP is joining us right now. I just want your first reaction coming in, because after Rahul Gandhi, what we are seeing, Charu Pragya, is that Kharge has said that the government is trying to harass poor truck drivers, and this is coming in as we have seen Rasta Roko protests, which is also disturbing the supply lines.
It's unfortunate that Congress always stands on the wrong side of the fence, and I'm not very surprised that Rahul Gandhi is against supporting fatal accidents. He's supporting hit-and-run cases. He's supporting truck drivers who indulge in unsafe driving. He's supporting every single accidental death that happens on Indian highways. Now tell me, when he says that the Indian government is harassing truck drivers, are they picking out truck drivers randomly, or has there a law been put in place which makes our traffic laws stricter? For years and years, we have been saying that hit-and-run cases in India have been taken very lightly. The consequences are very light. And on one side, there could be death, repercussions on the side of the deceased. And here, the one who's driving, the one who's behind the wheels gets off with a very tiny little fine or at most a small little imprisonment. That the new criminal laws have made all of this stricter. It is not going to be easy for any criminal to go scot-free now or even to get off with a minor punishment. And Rahul Gandhi is standing with those who are the criminals. Rahul Gandhi is standing with those who are indulging in fatal accidents, who are drinking and driving. He's indulging with and support.
आप सभी से मुलाकात होगी, लक्षद्वीप के लोगों से संवाद होगा। मेरा स्वागत सम्मान करने के लिए आप इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आए, मैं आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। भारत माता की भारत।
Those on ground, I'll ask my Vijay Firdaus to pan and show you the kind of visuals that are coming here from the petrol pumps in Srinagar. We are seeing the commuters are here since 6 in the morning to fetch a liter of petrol. Some of the commuters have been telling me that it took them 1 to 2 hours to get a 1 liter of petrol. I'll ask one of the commuters to talk about the situation on ground. आप बताइए, आपको क्या फेस हो रहा है सुबह से?
क्या बताऊँ, 10 बजे से यहाँ इंतजार कर रहा है, पेट्रोल नहीं।
जी, कितने बजे से आप?
10 बजे से मैं यहाँ खड़ा हूँ, 10 बजे से।
अच्छा,
यहाँ बहुत किल्लत है, देखो कितनी किल्लत है यहाँ पर पेट्रोल की।
Since 10 in the morning, he's standing here and he's yet to fetch a liter of petrol or diesel, although there's
शिपिंग यहाँ की लाइफलाइन रही हो, लेकिन यहाँ पोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी कमजोर ही रहा। एजुकेशन हो, हेल्थ हो, यहाँ तक कि पेट्रोल डीजल के लिए भी बहुत परेशानी उठानी पड़ती थी। इन सब चुनौतियों को अब हमारी सरकार दूर कर रही है। लक्षद्वीप की पहली पोल बल्क स्टोरेज फैसिलिटी कवरत्ती और मिनीकॉय आइलैंड में बनाई गई है। अब यहां अनेक सेक्टर्स में रोजगार के नए अवसर बन रहे हैं। अंडे कुणुम आंगंडे बीते 1 दशक के दौरान आगत्ती में विकास के अनेक प्रोजेक्ट पूरे हुए हैं। विशेष रूप से हमारे मछुआरे साथियों के लिए हमने यहां आधुनिक सुविधाएं बनाई है। अब अगत्ती में एयरपोर्ट के साथ साथ आइस प्लांट भी है। इससे सी फूड के एक्सपोर्ट और सी फूड प्रोसेसिंग से जुड़े सेक्टर के लिए यहां नई संभावनाएं बन रही हैं। अब तो यहां से टूना फिश भी एक्सपोर्ट होने लगी है। इसलिए लक्षद्वीप के मछुआरे साथियों की आय भी बढ़ने का मार्ग बना है। अंडे, कुडम आंगंडे, यहां बिजली और ऊर्जा की दूसरी जरूरतों को पूरा करने के लिए बड़ा सोलर प्लांट और एविएशन फ्यूल डिपो भी बना है। इससे भी आपको बहुत सुविधा मिली है। मुझे बताया गया है कि अगत्ती द्वीप के सभी घरों में नल से जल की सुविधा भी मिल चुकी है। सरकार का प्रयास है कि गरीबों के घर हो, उनके पास टॉयलेट हो, बिजली, गैस, ऐसी सुविधाओं से कोई भी वंचित न रहे। अगत्ती सहित पूरे लक्षद्वीप के विकास के लिए भारत सरकार पूरी प्रतिबद्धता के साथ काम कर रही है। मैं कल कवरत्ती में ऐसी अनेक विकास परियोजनाएं लक्षद्वीप के आप सभी साथियों को सौंपने वाला हूं। इन परियोजनाओं से लक्षद्वीप में इंटरनेट की सुविधा बेहतर होगी। यहां के टूरिज्म सेक्टर को बहुत बल मिलेगा। आज रात्रि विश्राम भी मैं आपके बीच लक्षद्वीप में ही करने वाला हूं। कल सुबह फिर आप सभी से मुलाकात होगी, लक्षद्वीप के लोगों से संवाद होगा। मेरा स्वागत सम्मान करने के लिए आप इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आए, मैं आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स जमीन से जुड़े।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
सब जांचा है, परखा है, समझा है, इसलिए मेरे समझदारी का नाम इंट्रा है।
टाटा की नई इंट्रा V20 पिकअप है इंडिया की पहली बाय फ्यूल पिकअप, जो दे आपको बढ़िया ड्राइवेबिलिटी, सुपीरियर ड्राइविंग कंफर्ट, ज्यादा लोडेबिलिटी, सबसे ज्यादा माइलेज, जो दे सबसे ज्यादा रेंज। टाटा इंट्रा V20 पिकअप, सब कुछ उठाए, हर दिन जिताए।
That the development project will strengthen Tamil Nadu's progress. As the Indian state of Manipur grapples with months of clashes, fresh violence has been reported from the Moitra town. At least 7 security personnel, including 3 BSF jawans, injured during heavy firing, which is still underway at irregular intervals. The recent clash in Manipur, Chief Minister Biren Singh has expressed a doubt about involvement of foreign machinery from the Myanmar side. He said that central state forces are countering the clash and a search operation is going on. Ahead of the consecration ceremony of the Ayodhya Ram Temple, UP CM Yogi Adityanath held a meeting with officials where Ayodhya in charge Minister Surya Pratap Shahi was also present. In the last week of 2023, India experienced a 22% increase in COVID-19 cases. Around 570 fresh cases have been reported today, with 2 more fatalities, each from Karnataka and Haryana. The active tally has crossed the 4,500 mark across the country. And hundreds of candidates who claim they have cleared the teacher eligibility test into 2014 have staged protests in Kolkata. The candidates demanded immediate job appointment letters.
I would say it was not so much that there was a turning point, I mean, unless, and you can call 2014 as a turning point. Once, Modi comes in 2014 and really weighs the foreign policy, which now he's taken charge of. That's essentially the chapter which I described, where you can see, he feels the need for a new construct, that one where the neighborhood, very generous, non-reciprocal policy towards the neighborhood, which brings the neighborhood in closer. To the fact that we have an extended zone.
The mandalas that you talk about.
Yes, the Southeast Asia, Indian Ocean, the Gulf, Central Asia. Now, we had made some progress definitely in Southeast Asia, but if you look, for example, at the Gulf, I mean, it was amazing. I mean, this is a region so near us, So many Indians living there, so much oil imported from there, yet politically very, very neglected. I mean, a country like UAE, for example, had not had a prime ministerial visit from before Modi went there from the time of Indira Gandhi. And then you will look at the Indian Ocean. Again, we were dealing with it like, this
Piecemeal.
island, that island. Yes, piecemeal. I mean, there wasn't a single integrated construct. And again, in the case of Central Asia, that intensity of connection was not there. Then the ability really to engage multiple, the major powers. Engage not in the sense of, oh, keep us out of your problems. Because that's a kind of like, I don't want to get caught in the big debates of the day. That's not what we are saying. We are saying, yes, we have stakes in the big debates of the day. I will take my call, but there's no exclusivity in any of my relationships. I reserve the right to deal with each one of you as per my national interest.
All right, viewers, getting some more breaking update coming in right now. Getting inside details of the key BJP meeting that was held this morning. Sources have told us a couple of things which we would like to share with you, which we are learning. A slogan was coined at the meeting, Teesri baar Modi Sarkar, Ab ki baar 400 par. That is the new slogan. That's what sources are telling us. And furthermore, conveners and co-conveners have been also asked, have been deputized for every Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha seat. So there is that big update coming in right now. Let's go straight to Abhishek Kapoor, a senior executive editor. Abhishek, we are seeing back-to-back meetings being held today itself. One is the strategy for the upcoming polls. One is a Ram Mandir inauguration. And also we are seeing on Jammu and Kashmir security. So 3 big meetings being held. But take us through exactly what we have learned about the strategy ahead of the Lok Sabha polls. Our sources have told us that a new slogan has been coined at the meeting, Abhishek.
All right, so this was a long meeting of top leadership, Shivangi, and 2 issues essentially discussed. One was the campaign for the general elections, when to start, how to go about it, the slogan, etc. And the other was how to take the ownership of the Ram Temple and the Ram Temple movement that the BJP essentially is spearheaded over the last 3 decades. Now that the fruits are there, how to take ownership of that. So number one, insofar as the campaign is concerned, the slogan decided, which is going to be that Teesri baar Modi Sarkar and Ab ki baar 400 par. So obviously that gives you an idea. While the India Alliance is really struggling to get its act together, the BJP has set a benchmark and a target, which is 400 seats for the party, or for the party itself, not that excludes the larger NDA. And then on the issue of Ram Temple, there has been work allocation, meticulous plan. In fact, the party believes that they should be getting people to visit Ram Temple and get involved in it personally. And a target of 50,000 devotees per day is set, for which the cadres would pan across the country, about 400 plus cities, and they would be getting people. Remember, in the Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan campaign, we had Union Home Minister Amit Shah, for example, mentioning that if the BJP comes to power, they would be taking people to Ram Temple for the darshan, for the pilgrimage. So obviously it was part of the campaign slogan, it was part of the campaign itself, and now it is being actualized. The campaign of getting people to visit Ram Temple, organized by the BJP, would begin after the Pran Pratishtha, after the consecration ceremony, which is on January 22nd. So the campaign by the BJP starts on January 25th. We're going to go on till March 25th. For 2 months, trains would be organized, party would be spending money, getting people to visit Ram Temple. And it would be interesting to see how the political opposition responds to this, reacts to this, given the fact that this is essentially a political program in which the BJP has decided to really take ownership of the Ram Temple by organizing these visits, this pilgrimage for whosoever wants to go, with their cadre spanning about 400 plus cities, and getting people to Ayodhya. There are about 30 odd trains that would be services of 30 odd trains that would be utilized by the BJP. I believe the party would be paying for it. The modalities for which were discussed during the meeting, Shivangi, and it seems it's clear that the party really wants to take ownership of the Ram Temple movement by getting in and getting people from across the country to visit for the pilgrimage.
Right. All right, let's go to Madhurima, who's joining us live as well. Madhurima, as we keep getting our viewers more updates, if you could take our viewers through, what exactly is the plan going ahead? Because we know that as the Lok Sabha elections are approaching, we are seeing that there's a lot of politics, war of words being played out, but it looks like a very important and a very serious strategy is being put in place, Madhurima.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi, because a very ambitious slogan today has been coined in this particular meeting. Ab ki baar 400 par. Teesri baar Modi Sarkar, ab ki baar 400 par. So the target has been set straight. Remember, this is coming after when the Prime Minister had addressed all the party, all the party MPs at the time when the security breach had happened. He said that, the parliament is vacant today, but this time we are going to fill it with all the BJP MPs. And even during the office bearers meeting, the Home Minister Amit Shah, according to her sources, had made it abundantly clear that we have to leave no stone unturned in winning, and the target has to be higher than what the BJP siphoned last time. So this time, once again, a strong slogan has been coined in by the BJP that Teesri baar Modi Sarkar and ab ki baar 400 par and 400 par. So this is a slogan that is the BJP is going to take forward in the upcoming elections. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be right back after a very short break to keep you ahead of all the stories that matter.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, महिलाओं के लिए धुआं मुक्त रसोई, प्रधानमंत्री उज्ज्वला योजना के तहत 10 करोड़ गैस कनेक्शन, हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स जमीन से जुड़े।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
Whenever I had ice cream or cold water, I would experience a sharp shooting sensation. So I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne. So now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
Siddaramaiah government in Karnataka opens 31-year-old case against car sevaks. BJP calls it appeasement politics. Congress comes to the defense of protesting truckers, says hit-and-run laws passed without discussion. Amid speculation of Jharkhand Chief Minister's resignations, BJP claims Soren's wife could take over. Big tussle within the India alliance over prime ministerial face. Congress plays peacemaker with the myth. Nitish Kumar will he now be the convener? Jai Shankar shows Canada the mirror, says Khalistani elements given free run under Trudeau government. Five dead after fire at Tokyo airport after collision between Japan Airlines plane and a Coast Guard plane belonging to Japan. Getting in some breaking news on the trucker strike, so-called trucker strike, because there is politics also developing on the sidelines with political parties trying to politicize this entire development of some truckers. It's not all truckers, it's some truckers who've decided to go on a strike. It now appears, and the breaking update is that a top truckers body has now gone on record to say they didn't even call for a strike. So who really called for the strike? Now, a top truckers body has claimed they have not called for any strike. Meanwhile, sources also telling Republic this evening that Home Secretary is set to hold a meeting with the protesting truckers union. This is a big breaking news update coming in. Now, it appears that there was no strike call given. There was no strike call given in the first place. This is what the All India Motor Transport Congress has said, that there is no strike call of truckers. So who really is calling for the strike? Amandeep joining us with the details. Amandeep, who called for the strike then? If the All India Motor Transport Congress has said there is no strike, who really called for the strike? And what is the strike, so-called strike, all about?
Well, Niranjan, the message that was delivered to the state-wide associations is all that the All India Motor Transport Congress has given the call for the strike against the new laws for hit-and-run cases. And in fact, that is the reason they have stopped running their trucks, and the truck operators as well as truck drivers, they have stopped driving, and in fact, they go off-road to the trucks, and that turned out to be the reason for hitting the supply of essential commodities. But if All India Motor Congress, Motor Transport Congress has not given the call for the strike, so who else has done it? Just because they all are following the line of the All India Association. And even we spoke to the Punjab Association President Happy Sandhu. He said that we are on the strike as per the All India Association call, and in fact that is the reason they have stopped the supply of essential commodities in the state of Punjab, and that hit the petrol pumps and the commodities also. And if All India Motor Transport Congress is ready to talk with the Home Ministry, then who else is fueling this fire, which actually made so much uncomfortable on the ground to the local people? Yes, Niranjan.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Getting in some more breaking news now on the investigation against Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. We'll come back to this developing story on the trucker strike. The Union Home Secretary is also set to meet some of the bodies to discuss this law that's now being hyped by some sections. Moving on now and getting you the next breaking news update from Jharkhand. Let's go across to that. Hemant Soren has reportedly responded to the Enforcement Directorate. Getting in some more details of what he has said to the Enforcement Directorate in his response.
Hemant Soren, the Jharkhand Chief Minister, refusing to join the investigation. He's refused to join the investigation. He's called the investigation biased. Soren, the Jharkhand Chief Minister, saying that a media trial was going on. He's silent on whether he will join the probe in the first place. 7 summons were given to him, and Hemant Soren, the Jharkhand Chief Minister, says ED has no proof. This is the latest breaking news that's coming in. Hemant Soren has responded to the ED notice, refusing to join the investigation. He's calling the investigation biased, repeating some of his old lines while calling the investigation biased, and that it's a media trial. Shravan is joining me with more details. Shravan, there were some reports of his wife perhaps taking over. How is this going to play out? Because politically he's digging in his heels. Shravan.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, we've just got latest update from our sources within the Enforcement Directorate. Roughly around 3 o'clock this afternoon is when the Chief Minister's office, a representative from the Chief Minister's office, did actually reach the Ranchi office of the Enforcement Directorate. This was a response coming in from the Chief Minister after a notice was issued by the Enforcement Directorate. I just would like to underscore the point that this wasn't a summon that was sent out by the Enforcement Directorate, but rather a notice which was issued to the Chief Minister, asking him to provide details as to when will he appear before the Enforcement Directorate. That's only because, remember, in the past 7 summons have already been sent out and the Chief Minister did not really join the probe. Now what we are picking up is that in the letter that he has written to the Enforcement Directorate, he says that there is no basis on which the Enforcement Directorate is sending out the summons. He says that he's not going to join the probe. He largely believes that this entire investigation that is being carried out is nothing but a media trial with information that comes to the media first before it even reaches the Chief Minister. Now, the Enforcement Directorate essentially maintains that most of the information that the media is reporting on is on the basis of what has been reported from the court. Because remember, searches have been carried out, people have been arrested in this particular case, in which they have in the remand copy made a mention of the fact that there is a link with the Chief Minister's office, those who have been arrested and the searches that have been carried out, because from the residence of one person who is considered to be a close aide of the Chief Minister, some documents pertaining to the Chief Minister's office was also recovered. That's the reason why the Chief Minister has now been asked to appear. Now, there are political ramifications to it. Now, according to the BJP, there is already a plan B that is being prepared by the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. And the Chief Minister could perhaps step down if a punitive action is taken by the Enforcement Directorate. Replacing the Chief Minister would be his wife. Now, that's speculations that have been doing the rounds right now. As far as what's the next legal option available, the Enforcement Directorate, in all likelihood, Niranjan, could actually move an application before the court. And this could mean more trouble for the Chief Minister, because if the court grants a non-bailable warrant, then remember, punitive action would be taken against the Chief Minister.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs, Shravan. Keeping a close track on the developments in Jharkhand, the story is developing with the possibility of Hemant Soren stepping down not being ruled out. He, for one, claims there is no proof against him yet. Let's move on and get you another report that we are tracking from other parts of the country. This one coming in from Tamil Nadu, where the Prime Minister was present earlier today. The Prime Minister was in Tiruchirappalli, and BJP Chief of Tamil Nadu, K. Annamalai, spoke about the kind of projects that are lined up in Tamil Nadu, valued at nearly 20,000 crore rupees, including a new airport terminal in Trichy. He spoke on the sidelines. Here are some details.
2024, in his first public appearance, has chosen to come to Tamil Nadu, that too for this very holy land, Tiruchirappalli. Today, projects worth about 19,850 crore worth of projects is being dedicated to the people of Tamil Nadu and India, including the new airport terminal in Trichy, which is built at a cost of 1,100 crore, and new reactor in Kalpakkam, then oil and gas projects, road projects. Everything Honorable PM is dedicating to the people of our country today and people of Tamil Nadu. And also we are delighted. We all know Trichy is a very special place for our Honorable PM. That's why the party has decided to welcome our Honorable PM by doing Swachh Bharat today and 3 days before this. So last 4 days we are involved in cleaning up Trichy. especially our Tiruchi district Bharatiya Janata Party and our Yuva Morcha, right from the state president to all the Karyakartas here. Today also we are cleaning up in 75 locations across Tiruchirappalli, because we know our Swachh Bharat, cleaning the city, keeping our places clean is something that is very close to the Honorable PM's heart. That is why we have decided to welcome Honorable PM by doing this cleanup initiative. Sir, whenever PM comes to Tamil Nadu, it will always create an impact, especially for motivating our Karyakartas, inspiring the public. So PM's visit to TN is always special. And the last many visits, 2 times Honorable PM has come to Chennai, then Honorable PM has come to Dindigul for the Gandhigram University. Now the Honorable PM is coming to Trichy. So he is coming across different parts of Tamil Nadu in the last 2 years. And we are very happy. Today many of our Karyakartas and people of Trichy will get an opportunity to meet our Honorable PM. In fact, for the public dedication project, close to 4,500 college students have registered from 14 different colleges in Trichy. So all the college students are coming and seeing our Honorable PM. So PM coming here will always make an impact, be it an election or be it non-election time.
And getting in some more breaking news updates on the massive fire that was reported from the Tokyo airport in Japan, as Japan Airlines plane collided with a Coast Guard plane in Japan. There were over nearly 370 passengers on board. They've all been evacuated. However, getting in reports now that some of them are not being accounted for. I repeat, some of them are not being accounted for. There is a death toll that has been reported by Japan's NHK. Japan's NHK confirming that there has been a death toll, and that death toll has risen to 4, all from the Coast Guard plane. So there were 2 planes that collided. A Japan Coast Guard plane collided with the Japanese Airlines passenger Air 350 flight. The flight, though the passenger flight was gutted, and all 367 passengers on board were reportedly evacuated safely. And Japan's NHK now confirming that the death toll from this crash on the runway has risen to 4, and all from the Coast Guard plane. These are Japanese media reports. And we're also hearing that 17 passengers on board the Japan Airlines plane were injured in the crash, and some reports in Japan putting the death toll at 4, and all of them were on the Coast Guard plane, not the passenger plane. Suesha, my colleague, joining us with the details from the Delhi newsroom. Suesha, what more do we know? What's said on record, and what went wrong?
So far, Niranjan, obviously the investigation will take on in full swing, and they will try and retrieve the black box to really know what had happened in the last few minutes. We do understand there was a collision. It was a passenger aircraft. It was a passenger aircraft of the Japan Airlines. It is one of the busiest airports in the world, in Japan especially. And there was a collision of that passenger aircraft, which had about 367 passengers on board, is when the collision happened, and the plane was on fire. Now, it collided with a Coast Guard jet. Earlier on, it was reported that all the passengers were rescued safely. In fact, the fire trucks at the airport were immediately rushed to that plane that had caught fire, and they had sprayed foam and water to douse off that fire, and all of them were rescued. Now, the latest that is coming in is that the Coast Guard jet that the passenger aircraft had collided into, there 5 Coast Guard members who've unfortunately lost their lives. The captain, who's grievously injured. Also, 17 passengers from the 367 who were on board are also injured. They are now receiving treatment. This is the latest that is just coming in. Of course, it took a while to douse off, and the operation that still continues. But this is the Haneda airport in Tokyo, which is one of the busiest airports, like I said. And this was an Airbus of the Japanese Airlines that had 367 passengers on board. This is the latest that is coming in. In fact, they're saying that there were 6 people in the aircraft who had escaped, and the safety of 5, unfortunately, who've lost their lives. This is of the Coast Guard jet that we are talking about that had collided with the passenger plane. So 6 of those who had escaped unhurt, but 5 who unfortunately lost their lives. The captain who's seriously injured, and 5 of the 6 crew members of the Japanese aircraft, where the captain of the plane has lost his life. This is the worst aviation accident that Japan has ever witnessed since 1985, when a JAL jumbo jet that was flying from Tokyo to Osaka had crashed into central Gunma region, and 520 passengers and the crew who had lost their lives in this particular incident, where 367 passengers were on board, 17 who had received injuries, but all of them were rescued. There were no casualties on the passenger aircraft. On the other hand, it is the Coast Guard jet where 5 of those Coast Guard members lost their lives. They died in that collision, and the captain, who is grievously injured. We saw those very, very dramatic pictures of the flames coming out of the windows of that Airbus, and all the passengers were evacuated. But like I said, Niranjan, that there will be a detailed investigation, and the priority will be to retrieve the black box to really understand who went wrong, where, and what caused this collision. Niranjan.
All right, thank you for joining us with those inputs. We're tracking the situation. In fact, there were 2 planes that were involved in the collision. 2 planes involved in the collision, one a passenger plane. A Japan Airlines passenger plane with 367 passengers on board who were evacuated. The plane itself was gutted, but they were evacuated on time. And the second plane, which was the Coast Guard plane, we are hearing as per reports that 5 of them on board the Coast Guard plane were killed in that crash. That's a story we are tracking. Quick check of the other top stories from across the country here on Republic TV this afternoon. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has posted on Twitter saying that selection of the idol for the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya has been finalized. The idol of Lord Ram that will be installed in Ayodhya has been carved by a renowned sculptor of India, Yogiraj Arun, who's from Karnataka. Another incident of mob violence in Karnataka, this one in Belagavi district, witnessing an attack over an alleged love affair. Over 20 individuals reportedly assaulted a house, damaging cars, window panes, and even motorcycles. The conflict arose from a dispute between youth from 2 villages related to a love affair, and a case has now been filed. This morning, officials from the Enforcement Directorate conducted raids in Shivamogga district of Karnataka. The focus of the raids were the national group of institutions located in Tirthahalli, Shivamogga. ED officials targeted specific areas, including the National Institute's Gold Palace, Super Bazaar, and Indian Gas Godown during the operation. Medical Education Minister Dr. Sharan Prakash Patil called a meeting today in Bengaluru to discuss Karnataka's COVID-19 status and preventive measures. In the last 24 hours, the state has reported nearly 300 new cases and a death, with a total of 199 cases, including one of the JN1 variant. The meeting with officials is set for 11 a.m. An Arjuna awardee, Punjab Deputy Superintendent of Police DSP Dalbir Singh Diol, 54 years old, was found dead under mysterious circumstances in Jalandhar. On Monday, the body with multiple injuries was found abandoned near a canal on the outskirts of Jalandhar town. Diol was an Asian Games gold medalist in weightlifting and was later conferred the Arjuna Award in the year 2000. Four firefighters rushed to the spot after massive fire erupted in Mumbai's Govandi area. People whose houses have been reduced to ashes have been relocated. Firefighting operations were underway when the last reports came in. Taking a short break, more on the truckers' union protests. Congress coming to the defense of some truckers. It's not all truckers, some truckers saying hit-and-run laws were passed without discussion. Major tussle within India alliance over Prime Ministerial face. Congress playing peacemaker with the myth Nitish Kumar.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, सस्ती दवाई, अच्छी दवाई, कम से कम 75% डिस्काउंट। अब तक जरूरतमंदों के 23,000 करोड़ रुपए बचे। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
होता है हर एक किस्सा। इको रिट्रीट ओडिशा।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बद इंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
All right, getting in some breaking news now of the other invitees to the Ram Mandir inauguration ceremony. Actor Rajinikanth Talaiva has been invited. There's a picture also that's been released by one of the leaders there in Tamil Nadu of handing over the invite officially to actor Rajinikanth to be present at the Ram Mandir inauguration on the 22nd of January. This is the invite. The photo that was tweeted, Rajinikanth expected to be present on the 22nd. Though we don't have an official confirmation, there is an indication that he will be present there. Top leaders will be present on the 22nd in Ayodhya, and we're getting in more details. We'll come back and give you the full details of who's invited, who's not. Taking a break now. When we come back, more on the Karnataka government going after car sevaks, Ram Bhakts, those who were part of the Ram Janmabhoomi movement in the 1990s. After 31 years, a case being filed in Karnataka.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बद इंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
कैंट से पानी होता है 100% प्योर।
कैंट आरओ प्योरिटी दिखाता भी है।
कैंट देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी।
योगी सरकार की निवेश फ्रेंडली नीतियां उत्तर प्रदेश की समृद्धि का आधार बन रही हैं। प्रदेश में बेहतरीन कानून व्यवस्था, निर्बाध बिजली, वर्ल्ड क्लास कनेक्टिविटी जैसी सुविधाओं के साथ ही लघु और मध्यम उद्योग को मिल रही सरकारी सब्सिडी के चलते युवाओं को नौकरियों और रोजगार के बड़े अवसर प्रदेश में प्राप्त हो रहे हैं।
2014 के बाद अगर देखा जाए तो जो गवर्नमेंट ने हमें सुविधाएं और जो हमें मिले हैं, गवर्नमेंट से सहयोग मिला हुआ है, उसके दौरान कोविड के दौरान भी हमारी कंपनी निरंतर जो है अच्छे परफॉर्म करती चली गई, जिसमें हमारे साथ सरकार का सहयोग, हर प्रकार का योगदान रहा। और मैं निरंतर अभी मान के चलिए कि आप 1000 लोगों से ज़्यादा हमारे द्वारा इस फैक्ट्री से जुड़े हुए हैं और जो ये निरंतर ग्रोथ की ओर बढ़ती चली जा रही हैं।
वर्तमान में निवेश के लिए सर्वोत्तम बन रहे प्रदेश में एमएसएमई क्षेत्र में 2 करोड़ से अधिक युवाओं को रोजगार से जोड़ा गया।
Viewers, top headlines breaking right now. Siddharamaiah government opens 31-year-old case against Karsevaks. BJP calls it appeasement politics. Congress comes to defense of protesting truckers, says hit and run laws passed without discussion. Amid speculations of Jharkhand Chief Minister's resignation, BJP claims Soren's wife to take over. Major tussle within Indi over Prime Ministerial phase. Congress plays peacemaker with Mif Nitish. Jaishankar shows Canada. The Mirror says Khalistani elements given free run under Trudeau government. Five dead after fire at Tokyo airport after collision between Japan Airlines plane and Japan Coast Guard plane. Viewers, we're live live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest right now at the BJP headquarters, where we have seen at the BJP headquarters annex important meeting on Ram Mandir. But that's not the only meeting which was held. We are seeing multiple meetings being held, especially when it comes to Lok Sabha polls, and also the latest breaking update coming in, where the Home Minister has a short while back chaired a key meeting on the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir. That's one of the top updates coming in. NSA Ajit Doval was also present along with the Army Chief and the IB Director. That is right. Big update coming here to Public TV. Now, as we can tell you that what we have got for you so far is that the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir is being reviewed and a very high-level meeting has been held on it. Let's go straight to Gursimran, who's joining us. There's a high-level security review meeting on the situation on Jammu and Kashmir. Gursimran, coming to you right now. And what we see, Gursimran, is that after that cowardly attack on our Jawans, on our forces, on soldiers who are defending the Indian soil in Rajouri, we saw that a few days ago. We are seeing that Amit Shah holding a high-level security meeting. Take us through what has happened there and who are the top leaders and top officials who were present at that meeting, Gursimran.
See, apart from the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, along with the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, IB Chief Tapan Deka, Jammu and Kashmir DGP R.R. Swine, along with the ADG Law and Order, he is also present in the meeting, and also the officials from the central agencies and the Army Chief General Manoj Pandey is part of the meeting. See, this is going to be really very important because if we speak of the situation that has come forth in the two districts of the Pir Panjal, Rajouri and Poonch, we have seen heightened terror attacks. 4 major terror attacks have happened on the security forces and 1 on the civilian. Total of 26 lives have been lost in these 5 encounters that have taken place in the Pir Panjal area. And now the security grid will totally focus on these 2 areas where the terrorists, especially the foreign terrorists, they are trying to revive their cadres in the region. And also the unfateful incident of December 22 that unfolded led to the death of 3 civilians. That will also come to discussion, but a threadbare discussion will take place on the strategy to wipe out terrorism. Now the Jammu and Kashmir police has come out with a plan. The plan is to not only to revise the police components where it was lifted due to the normalcy in 2014-15 like the districts of Riyasi, but also the heightened deployment. 4 DYSP rank officers have been deployed in the Rajouri, 2 in the Poonch and 1 in the Riyasi. These police components will only cater the anti-terrorism front, and they will be deployed in the areas that are affected with the terrorism or where the major terror attacks have taken place. And apart from this, we are also getting to know that there will be police pickets as well as the army RR pickets that will be established in the areas, the dense forested areas where the terrorists are using the natural caves as hideout and also the dense forests to hide from the security forces. So this is the plan. Apart from that, the strengthening of the security forces and also the joint operation, the intensified joint operation that are to be carried out in the forest area of Pir Panjal, that all will come into discussion and a threadbare discussion will take place. Apart from this, the civil administration will also present a presentation that will be by the Chief Secretary Atal Dullu, in which a detail will be given about the developmental projects as well as the industrial policy of Jammu and Kashmir that has brought the investment of 85,000 crores to J&K. So apart from the security scenario as well, there will be a discussion on the developmental front as well.
All right, let's, Gursimran, thank you for getting those details. I just want to ask you a little bit more about exactly what was on the agenda, because what we are seeing right now is that a short while back, Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, had gone and visited Jammu and Kashmir to take stock of the situation. And during the high-level meeting, he had reviewed the counter-terrorist operation in the region. And he had assured that adequate measures will be taken to make sure that these cowards, Pakistani terrorists, do not repeat and do not try to infiltrate into our soil. Gursimran, what details do we have about that and how the security measures will be implemented in the future?
See, when it comes to the agenda of the meeting, there are 2-point agenda of the meeting. First is the developmental project, that is what the civil society, the civil administration will brief the Home Minister about. And the second is the security front, that the Jammu and Kashmir Police, along with the Indian Army, the IB chief is also there, and the officials from the paramilitary forces, they all will brief Home Minister Amit Shah about the situation. If you remember, when the Dehadrai terror attack took place on the 1st of January 2023, it was exactly a year ago when two days, 2 attacks happened and 7 civilians were killed. Then the Home Minister Amit Shah himself visited Jammu, and he directed the officials to take an approach that the civilians can be secured. Since then, fortunately, no attack on the civilians have taken place, but yes, there have been intensified attacks on the security forces by the terrorists that are operating in the Pir Panjal region. And that's why this meeting has been called in. This meeting is important, keeping in view 2 aspects. First is the heightened security threat on the security forces in the Pir Panjal region. And second is that this is the first meeting of 2024. And in the year-end press conference, J&K DGP has said that more than the statistics, what we have achieved in 2023, we are more concerned about what we do in 2024. So it is very clear that the government is looking into 2024 with the approach that the terrorism can completely be wiped out, and those areas where the Pakistani terrorists are trying to revive the terrorism, they can be given a befitting reply and without any collateral damage. Because in the past also we have seen that how collateral damage has harmed the image of the security forces in the Kashmir, and that was Jammu and Kashmir. That was the sole reason. We have seen Army Chief General Manoj Pandey visiting Rajouri, then it was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who visited and assured that all the operations be conducted with full professionalism.
You know,
so
what we see right now, thank you for getting those details coming in right now, Good Simran. And what we see at this point of time is that Amit Shah holding that high-level security review meeting, and we will be tracking the story very closely. Remember that we are seeing so many meetings being held today itself, back-to-back meetings with top points on the agenda being the Lok Sabha elections, Jammu and Kashmir security situation, and the Ram Mandir inauguration. Let's move ahead, viewers, to the other story that we're tracking right now. As the date for the Ram Mandir inauguration in Ayodhya approaches, we are seeing a big update coming in from Karnataka on this story. Now, what we are learning that the Karnataka Police Department seems to have opened cases for investigation against Ram Mandir activists who have allegedly engaged in property destructions and other offences during the peak of the movement for Ram Mandir 30 years ago. Further, regarding the incident of torching a minority-owned store in Hubballi on December 5, 1992. Shrikant Pujari has been taken into custody by the Hubballi police. Pujari is a third defendant in the case, and 8 more defendants are being sought after by the police. Pujari was put under court supervision. In a similar way, Hubballi police have created a list of 300 suspects they claim are connected to communal conflicts that occurred between 1992 and 1996. Here are the top reactions that we're getting on this story.
ಈಗ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದವ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದವ್ರನ್ನ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕ್ರಿ? ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? ಹಳೆಯ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹೇಳದ ಕೇಳರಿ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನೀವು ಹೇಳೋದು ಕೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ? ನಾನು ಹಳೆಯ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವರು ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಾವು ಯಾವ ದ್ವೇಷದ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ನಿರಾಪರಾಧಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬಂಧಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಈಗ 30 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಳೆಯ ಕೇಸನ್ನು 35 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಳೆಯ ಕೇಸನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ತೆಗೆದು ಜನರನ್ನು ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ನೀಚ ಕೃತ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಕೈ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಪೂಜಾರಿ ಅಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ಕುಲಕರ್ಣಿ ಅನ್ನೋರನ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ 72 ವರ್ಷ, 72 ಇಯರ್ಸ್. ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ರು ಮತ್ತು ಗೃಹ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಆದೇಶವನ್ನು, ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಆದೇಶವನ್ನು ಇವರು ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ರು ಅಂತೂ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ದ್ವೇಷ ಭಾವನೆಯಿಂದ ವರ್ತಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಆದದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸಂಕಟ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಕಿಚ್ಚು, ನಾ ಹೇಳಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಕಿಚ್ಚಿನಿಂದ ವರ್ತಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಕಿಚ್ಚನಿಂದ ವರ್ತಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ನೀವು ಕೇಳಿದಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ,
ಹುಬ್ಳಿ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಹೋರಾಟ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ?
ಕಾನೂನು ಹೋರಾಟ ಅಂತೂ ಮಾಡೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿಯೂ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾರು ಏನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪಿ ಎಫ್ ಐ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಡಿ ಜೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಕೆ ಜೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಹಳೆ ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಭಾಳ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ಸಂಚು ನಡೆಸಿ ಹಲ್ಲೆ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ನು ಸತ್ತೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಶೀಟ್ನಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ಕೊಂದು ಹಾಕ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ. ಅಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೆ ನೀವು ಪತ್ರ ಬರೀತೀರಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯವರು? ಈಗ 35 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕೇಸು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬನಿಗೆ 75 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ, ಒಬ್ಬನಿಗೆ 60-62 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರಂತೂ ಆ ಹೋರಾಟದಲ್ಲೇ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂಧಿಸ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು? ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀರಿ ನೀವು ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ? ನೀವೇನು ಮೊಘಲ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಡೆಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಥವಾ ಇಸ್ಲಾಮಿಕ್ ISIS ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಆ ರೀತಿಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಡೆಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನೀವು? ಅಥವಾ ಏನು ISIS ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ISISದವ್ರು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನೀವು? ಇದು ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೀತ್ಯಾದರಕ್ಕೆ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಪ್ರೀತ್ಯಾದರಕ್ಕೆ ಇದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಇದನ್ನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ತೀವ್ರವಾಗಿ
in Hubli, the ruling Congress party has dared to reopen the old case. 31-year old case has been reopened, and our Hindu Karyakarta Shrikant Pujari has been arrested pertaining to protest during Ram Mandir episode. Bharatiya Janata Party strongly condemns the act of the state government, the act of the police. We demand the Congress party, Congress government should immediately release Shrikant Pujari. Tomorrow Bharatiya Janata Party has arranged a massive protest across the state of Karnataka. It's very unfortunate when the entire country is celebrating the Pratishtapana of Ram on January 22nd, the attitude of the ruling Congress party here in Karnataka, it clearly shows the present Congress government in Karnataka is anti-Hindu and repeatedly trying to hurt the sentiments of the Hindus in the Karnataka. So we'll expose this Congress government before the people of Karnataka and also before the people of this country. Tomorrow Bharatiya Janata Party is holding a massive protest across the barbaric attitude of the state government.
सिद्धारमैया जी विनाश काले विपरीत बुद्धि, आप हिंदुओं को तबाह करना चाहते हैं, राम भक्तों को। अगर आपने ये गलती की तो आने वाले लोकसभा के चुनाव में हिंदुओं भी एकजुट होकर के 0/0 कर देगा। फिर उसके बाद देखना, राम भक्तों से टकराओ मत।
Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. Jaishankar shows Canada the mirror, says Khalistani elements given free run under Trudeau government. 5 dead after fire at Tokyo airport after collision between Japan Airlines plane and Japan Coast Guard plane. Stay tuned.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, भारत होगा गरीबी मुक्त। 5 सालों में 13 करोड़ 50 लाख लोगों को गरीबी से बाहर निकाला। हमारा संकल्प, विकसित भारत।
There's a reason why over 200 new age companies scout for talent from our campuses. It's because we've future-proofed our courses with a higher technological baseline, with a thrust on specialized industry skills and tech innovation skills. The Amrita School of Engineering. Tomorrow's engineering today.
जहाँ यादगार होता है हर एक किस्सा। इको रिट्रीट ओडिशा।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
Viewers, top of tracking right now. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has posted on X stating that the selection of the idol for the Pran Pratishtha of the Lord Ram in Ayodhya has been finalized. The idol of Lord Ram that will be installed in Ayodhya has been carved by a renowned sculptor of India, Yogi Raj Arun. In yet another incident of mob violence, we see that in the district of Belgavi of Karnataka witnessed an attack over an alleged love case. Over 20 individuals reportedly assaulted a house, damaging car windows, house window panes, and 2 motorcycles. The conflict arose from a dispute between youth, and this is related to a love case. The incident has been officially registered as a case at the police station. Early this morning, officials from the ED conducted raids in Shivamogga. The focus of the raids was the National Group of Institutions, and this was in the Shivamogga district. Now, the ED officials targeted specific areas, including the National Institute's Gold Palace, Super Bazaar, and Indian Gas Godown during the operation. Medical Education Minister Dr. Sharan Prakash Patil called a meeting at Vikas Soda to go ahead and discuss Karnataka's COVID-19 status and preventive measures. In the last 24 hours, the state reported 296 new cases and 1 death with a total of 199 cases, including one of the JN1 variant. The meeting with officials is at 11 a.m. An Arjuna awardee, Punjab Deputy Superintendent of Police, has Dalbir Singh Diol, 54 years of age, was found dead under mysterious circumstances in Jalandhar. The body with multiple injuries was found abandoned, and he was an Asian Games gold medalist in weightlifting and was later conferred in the Arjuna Award in 2000 year. Four fire tenders rushed to the spot after massive fire erupted in Mumbai. People whose houses have been reduced to ashes, have been relocated, and firefighting operations are currently underway.
We have always maintained that the Russia relationship is a very important one, very steady one. I've written about it in my book. And I said it in Moscow. I mean, I said it publicly in Moscow even before my meeting with President Putin happened, which is that we value this relationship. It's a relationship that has served India where, look, I'm looking at it now from an Indian perspective. And that's also part of being Bharat. No? Part of being Bharat is you must look from the perspective of your interest, not allow other people to decide your judgment and your responses.
You know, when you write about the Quad and then the disappointment when the Quad had to take a back seat, and then it comes up again. Well, it comes into focus when Prime Minister Modi comes in. Again, it comes into focus. So obviously when it's Quad, and then there is Russia, who are the new friends? Who are the old friends? Is everybody a friend? This Vishwamitra bit, I know you're going to come back to that. Is everybody a friend? How do you choose your friends and allies?
You know, again, look, a country which has maximum friends and minimum adversaries is obviously one with a smart diplomacy. So why would a country restrict its friends? Why would it say, I will choose you and not choose you? Unless your interests compelled you to do that. I am today focusing on how do I expand my relationships, how am I more present, how am I more influential. So for me, the more friends I have, the more forums I'm member of, the more places where I can influence, sway outcomes is good for me. Now it's the others who push you, you know, this is the mind games that others play, that, you know, they would say, you know, if you are a democracy, you must do this, this, this. So if you should ask them, well, if that is so, please look at the mirror and tell me how you were behaving as a democracy.
Much more coming up on the other side as we keep getting you top updates. Coming up, Congress comes to defense of protesting truckers, says hit and run laws passed without discussion. Plus, major tussle within India over Prime Ministerial face. Congress plays peacemaker with Nitish. Stay tuned to India's #1 news channel, Republic TV.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
कैंट से पानी होता है 100% प्योर।
कैंट आरओ प्योरिटी दिखाता भी है।
कैंट देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी।
पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के माध्यम से किसानों की छोटी छोटी जरूरतों को पूरा कर रहे हैं। इन खर्चों के लिए अब उन्हें किसी दूसरे के सामने हाथ नहीं फैलाना पड़ता।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री के विजन से प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि योजना लाई है उत्तर प्रदेश के करोड़ों अन्नदाताओं के चेहरे पर मुस्कान। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के नेतृत्व में 2,63,00,000 किसानों को मिला है स्वाभिमान से जीने का अधिकार। किसानों के बैंक खातों में भेजे गए हैं 64,694 करोड़ रुपए। इस योजना के तहत सभी किसानों को प्रतिवर्ष उपलब्ध कराई जाती है 6,000 रुपए की आर्थिक सहायता। अब किसान भाइयों को कृषि कार्यों के लिए किस्मत के भरोसे नहीं रहना होगा। अन्नदाताओं का सम्मान, नए उत्तर प्रदेश की पहचान।
You're watching the Tuesday edition of This is Exclusive with me, Shalvin Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, our top story tonight. 31 years later, Siddaramaiah government opens up a case related to Ram Janmabhoomi. Interestingly, 28 years ago, an open warrant was actually issued against an accused. And now, finally, the government wakes up and executes an open warrant. When asked, Karnataka police says that this is a normal procedure. BJP has now hit out at the Congress party, saying that once again the appeasement politics of the Congress government is out in the open. All this and much more. In fact, on This is Exclusive, we reach out to the lawyers of the accused, those who have been arrested. What is it that they have to say? Not just this, also we get you the latest update coming in from Manipur, where once again unrest has been reported. All this and much more on this edition of This is Exclusive. But up first, these are the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Siddaramaiah government opens a 31-year-old case against car sevaks. BJP calls it appeasement politics. Congress comes to defense of protesting truckers, says hit-and-run laws passed without discussion. Amid speculations of Jharkhand Chief Minister's resignation, BJP claims Soren's wife to take over. Major tussle within India alliance over prime ministerial phase. Congress plays peacemaker with miffed Nitish. Jaishankar shows Canada. The Mirror says Khalistani elements given free run under Trudeau government. 5 dead after fire at Tokyo airport after collision between Japan Airlines plane and Japan Coast Guard. As the date of the Ram Mandir inauguration in Ayodhya approaches, Karnataka Police Department have now opened cases for investigation against car sevaks who allegedly engaged in property destruction and other offences during the peak of the movement for Ram Mandir 33 years ago. Further, regarding an alleged incident of torching a minority-owned store in Hubbali on 5th of December 1992, Shrikant Pujari has been taken into custody by the Hubbali police. Pujari is the third defendant in the case, and 8 more defendants are being sought after by the police. In fact, Pujari was put under court supervision. Hubbali police have also created a list of 300 suspects they claim are connected to communal conflicts that occurred between 1992 and 1996. Ladies and gentlemen, the same Shrikant Pujari is an auto rickshaw driver. Let's take you through the full details of what's really transpired in the last few days when the arrest was made, and then we get you that exclusive interaction with Shrikant Pujari's lawyer.
Karnataka police reopened case of 1992 riots after 31 years. Case was filed against Hindu activists involved in the Ram Janmabhoomi movement. Ram Janmabhoomi activists fear arrest in Hubli district of the state. FIR was filed against 9 people for setting a shop on fire during the riots. Police has arrested 1 accused in the case after 31 years.
Pertaining to a hurt case of rioting case of 1992, in which one of the accused was absconding, and we traced the accused, and just like in all the other cases, all the other 36 cases where we have produced the accused to the court, in this riot case also we have produced the accused to the court. And we have cases pertaining to 1990 also. It is not stipulated to one particular time frame. Over a period of time, cases, as I said, gets designated as long pending cases, and it is a continuous effort where we secure the missing accused.
After producing before court, what is the status of case?
No, it is.
He has got bail or he is in.
No, it is pending before the court.
A special team has been formed to nab the remaining accused. Most of the accused are in the 65 to 75 age group. BJP has called for a massive protest against the Congress government on Wednesday.
Clearly shows the present Congress government in Karnataka is anti-Hindu and repeatedly trying to hurt the sentiments of the Hindus in the Karnataka. So we'll expose this Congress government before the people of Karnataka and also before the people of this country. Tomorrow Bharatiya Janata Party is holding a massive protest across the barbaric attitude of the state government.
Meanwhile, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has maintained that the guilty will be punished.
ಈ ಹಳೆಯ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವರು ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಾವು ಯಾವ ದ್ವೇಷದ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ನಿರಪರಾಧಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬಂಧಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
Even as the face-off continues, situation continues to remain tense in Karnataka. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In an exclusive, Republic also spoke to the legal counsel of Shrikant Pujari. This is what he had to say with regards to the arrest that actually took place just about a few days ago. In fact, the arrest took place on 30th of December. Shrikant Pujari, in fact, happens to be an auto rickshaw driver, someone who is not even linked to any other cases. But Hubli police says that this is a normal procedure that is being followed. Listen in to what the lawyer of Shrikant Pujari has to say.
So, Mr. Badaskar?
Yes, speaking.
Sir, you are the legal counsel for Mr. Shrikant Pujari, who's now been arrested in the Ram Mandir 1992 Hubli Dharwad riots case as well. So, on what grounds have the police arrested your client, and what is their reason for arresting him now?
The FIR was registered in the year 1992.
Okay.
Charge sheet was filed against these accused in the year 1993 by the town police Hubli. After a split up, the case was pending before Honorable Second Additional Civil Judge and Third JMFC Hubli.
Okay.
Now, the case was for long pending case, LPC.
Okay.
The open warrant was issued again by the court against these accused persons.
Right.
In the year 1995.
Okay.
Now, this junction, now the town police have arrested this person.
Okay, let me ask you this. After 31 years, during this past 31 years, has the government never tried to take this person into custody? Where was he for all these years?
Neither the police have not tried, even government also not tried. The police authority has totally failed to secure the accused. Even he doesn't know the case is pending against him. In FIR, there is no name was mentioned by the police.
Okay.
After filing the charge sheet, his name was mentioned in charge sheet only.
Okay.
No intimation was given by the police to that accused persons.
Okay. Mr. Badaskar, also tell me whether this is a long pending case, and does he also have a open warrant against him that the police can pick him at any point of time?
Yes.
Okay. Lastly, for 31 years, this person was staying in Hubballi. No cop had come to his house, or no cop had even tried to approach him or speak to him.
There is no single notice by the police or court. From last 31 years, he is staying his same address.
Okay.
He is having bank account. He is having Aadhaar card. He is having a ration card. Originally he is an auto driver. Now also he is working as a auto driver.
Okay.
He is staying along with their family members, mother, old aged mother, father, and sons and wife in same address only.
Okay. Has there been any other case that has been booked against him for any sort of antisocial activities in the last 31 years?
There is no case against him. This is the only case against him. Either there is no case was registered against after 31 years.
So you are saying that your client is completely clean?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. When are you going ahead and approaching for bail? When are you moving the court for bail?
I have got the entire certified copy today only.
Okay.
I will draft a bail application today only.
Okay.
By tomorrow morning by 10:30, I will file a bail application.
Okay.
Before Honorable 5th Additional District Judge Hubli.
Okay. This particular case is in the district court now?
Yeah, since it is in 4th section, under section, the case was registered under section 436.
Okay.
The district court, session court is only having powers to try this type of bail applications.
Okay. Lastly, now, what are the grounds that the police are claiming custody of your client? And secondly, now, why do you feel that he should be given a bail legally?
Definitely, from last 31 years, he is staying in that address only. He is having permanent address in that address only. He is having old aged parents and sons also, minor sons also him, and wife is there. From last 31 years, he is staying that address only. The police has never tried. Even the police have not intimated to him since the case is against you.
Okay.
Now only they have planned it, and the police have picked him.
Is this because of the Ram Janmabhoomi, sir? Is this because of the Ram Janmabhoomi Pratishthapan?
The case was registered against him in the year 1992, December 5th.
Okay.
December 5th only.
Okay. Right. Thank you for speaking to Republic, Mr. Badaskar. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Let's also get you the latest details coming in from Karnataka police. When Republic TV reached out to the Commissioner of Police, in fact, Renuka Shukumar, who happens to be Hubballi Dharwad's Commissioner of Police, this is what the Commissioner of Police had to say. She calls it a regular procedure, and I'm just taking through the details of what Renuka Shukumar, who happens to be the Commissioner of Police, had to say. These are long pending cases in the court. It's a common procedure to form special teams to nab the accused who are absconding. We have nabbed those who were absconding for 30 to 40 years, and in the last 2 months, we have nabbed 37 criminals in connection with various cases related to the rioting in 1992. We have nabbed one of the accused. This is a regular police procedure. What we do, this is also just another case. This is the quote coming in from the Commissioner of Police, Hubballi Dharwad, getting us the latest details from our Kannada newsroom. Joining us on this broadcast is Chiru, and my colleague Prajwal Prasad is also joining us from Bengaluru, getting us the latest details. Prajwal, over to you first. You've spoken to the lawyer. Just put this into perspective. They say, the Karnataka police says it's a regular case. We have been investigating this case for the last couple of months. In fact, the Commissioner of Police says in the last 2 months, 37 cases, 37 arrests have been made. What's the truth?
Shravan, first and foremost, now the domain for the discharge of duty is something that needs to be questioned. At the same point of time, the timing as well, because this person by the name of Shrikant Pujari is still a resident of Hubballi. He stays in the same address. He's 73 to 75 years old. He has the Aadhaar card, PAN card, and all the details that has been issued, all the government credentials which has been given by the government as well. So for the past 31 years, after the open warrant was given in 1995, according to his legal counsel, so exactly after 28 years, why has now this particular case been taken in, and why was he taken into custody? Also considering the fact that there was a charge sheet filed in 1993 in itself, and that he had not gone absconding, he could have been taken in. And also going ahead and checking his past antecedents, it has been known now that he's not even changed his place at all. He's remained at his ancestral house. He's an auto driver. He has 2 minor children. He's survived by his wife as well as his parents too. So why was no action taken prior, and why did the Congress government go ahead and act on it? This is not something that we are asking. This is something which the pro-Hindu activists as well as the BJP in the state of Karnataka are now going ahead and questioning. The timing is something which is questionable. Now secondly, going ahead and looking at the bail issue now, looking at the fact that all the documents have been obtained by his counsel now, we get to understand that he is moving in for bail at 10:30 tomorrow, and he seems to be quite certain of the fact that the bail will be at least given on moral grounds, on compassionate grounds as well, because this man does not have any sort of criminal antecedents in such a way which has caused damage to any property in sort of kind or to any other person as well. So this is something which we need to go by. And at the same point of time, looking at the entire case history, there has been BJP government, there has been coalition governments, and also a Congress government, but they did not raise this particular issue. In fact, the Congress has ruled the state since this particular issue has happened for 19 years. For 19 years, I repeat. But yet there has been no action taken. And why during the Ram Janmabhoomi's Pratishthapan is this particular case picking up such a thing is something that needs to be asked. And also the way that the Chief Minister as well as his cabinet ministers are issuing statements is definitely doing them more damage than good at this point of time. Shravan, back to you in the studio.
Let me also get a quick response from my colleague Chiru, who's joining us from the Kannada newsroom. Chiru, undoubtedly this has led to some sort of political ramifications. Also, what is it that the state government has to say regarding this? The BJP has taken on the Congress party. The government, what is it that they have to say?
Shravan, there are so many questions which are being raised by BJP today. It is because of one reason, and that is the time. After 31 years of FIR has been registered against this man, and now police have woken up in the mid of Ram Janmabhoomi issue. And now we have to understand 2-3 things here. And the first question is the time itself. Out of nowhere, this man gets this kind of notice from court that he has to appear before court regarding the case which has been registered against him 30 years ago. And after that, can police or whoever it is, can they try and can they call these persons out of nowhere after 31 years is the question. According to Arnesh Kumar judgment and Arnesh Kumar guidelines which has been laid down by Honorable Supreme Court of India, any case which is punishable under the years of 7 years, then even the magistrate and many other police officials have to give reasons as to why they are arresting these people. And now, without giving reason and without giving any hint as to the case has been registered against him, and now police are calling suddenly out of nowhere to come to court and to answer this court. And while, yeah, yes, and also the final point here is, when Ram Mandir issue is going on, do you think that all these incidents which are happening is a coincidence, or which has been crafted very neatly to give a message to the center, is the question raised by BJP. Back to the studio.
Well, thank you very much, Chiru, for getting us the latest details, and also Prajwal, a story that we'll be tracking very closely. The government, on the other hand, makes it abundantly clear. You've already heard A Karnataka minister essentially is saying that why should we really worship Ram in Ayodhya when we have Ram in Karnataka, essentially referring to the chief minister. Shift is focused out to the other exclusive that we are getting to you tonight. This is the rift within the India alliance. What is it that the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party have to say? It was quite clear that they were really uncomfortable as far as alliance in the state of Punjab is concerned. We've spoken to the Congress party in Punjab. Now they say that there is no question of any sort of alliance that is going to take place with the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's listen in to what AICC secretary of the Congress party had to say with regards to whether at all there is going to be some sort of an alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party. This comes just a day after Chief Minister of Punjab had taken a dig at the Congress party. Listen.
ये बात जो भगवंत मान जी ने बोली है ये हास्योहीनी है। कांग्रेस ऐसी जमात है, पार्टी है जिन्होंने देश के लिए कुर्बानी दी। 138 साल पुरानी कांग्रेस पार्टी है। कांग्रेस अंग्रेज ख़त्म नहीं कर सके, बहुत सारी हवाएं हैं वो कांग्रेस को ख़त्म नहीं कर सकी। कांग्रेस सर्वाइवल बल जाएगी। आज ठीक है कांग्रेस का पंजाब में राज नहीं है, इससे 2 साल पहले कांग्रेस ने ही राज किया और पूरे देश में कांग्रेस ने राज किया, पूरे राज्यों में कांग्रेस ने राज किया। ऐसी बात करना एक सीएम को अच्छी नहीं लगती, जबकि इनके केजरीवाल चाहते हैं अलाइंस हो जाए और गिड़गिड़ाते हैं। ये भी राहुल जी को मैंने सोशल मीडिया पर देखा, भगवंत मान भी मगर हाथ मिलाने को फिर रहे थे। ऐसी बात नहीं करनी चाहिए क्योंकि कांग्रेस एक समंदर है। कांग्रेस के अनेका अंग हैं, अनेका गुलदस्ते हैं जहां कांग्रेस खिल रही है। आज पंजाब में नहीं तो तेलंगाना में है, तेलंगाना में भी है, कर्नाटका में भी है। कांग्रेस कहीं ना कहीं राज्य में राज कर रही है। ऐसी बात करना भगवंत मान के लिए अच्छी बात नहीं, क्योंकि ये तो झाड़ू है, जो झाड़ू कभी खिलर जाएगा तो देखेंगे क्या होगा। अब पंजाब में इंडिपेंडेंट आप ही अकेले चुनाव लड़के देख लें, इनको पता चल जाएगा कांग्रेस थी या झाड़ू था।
Ladies and gentlemen, when the entire country is essentially celebrating the grand inauguration of Ram Mandir in Ayodhya, there has been politics that has been constantly being played over it as to who exactly is supposed to be invited and who shouldn't be. But this time, the Congress party has stooped to a new low. Parliamentarian K. Muralidharan has now attacked the Prime Minister, saying he should not inaugurate the temple. And do you essentially want to know the reason why? This is what the Congress parliamentarian had to say. He's caught on camera when we asked him this question, whether at all the Congress party would be attending the Ram Mandir inauguration. Let's listen in to what K. Muralidharan, who happens to be a Congress parliamentarian, this is what he had to say.
For example, Akhilesh Yadav already told that he is attending. Kejriwal is also told that he is also attending. So, Congress is discussing every of our ruling, our coalition partners, and party will take a decision. But we can't say within 10 days party should take decision. No, we can't say that.
Why not? Why not? Because
party want, see, in the inauguration is 22nd of January. There is plenty of time.
The India Alliance partners itself are ready to go. So what is, if they have made the decision, why can't the Congress party who's running the India Alliance do it?
Kerala Pradesh Congress Committee's feeling is, if a temple inauguration, definitely we can participate. Here, a mosque was demolished and constructed a temple.
But this is, it has been clarified. The Supreme Court came in. It's a civil case. It has been rectified.
Supreme Court, you know what about the Sabarimala verdict?
It is in a 9 bench. It went to 9 bench, right? And then
why again it gone to 9-member?
So you're saying this has to be again reviewed?
No, at present we want to think about that, whether we want to attend or not. Our feeling is we should not attend.
My question was, which has already been asked in the public sphere, is that if the grand mosque in Ayodhya is going to come, will Congress party again take so much time to decide on this?
Inauguration of the temple, that day, our feeling is we should not go. Why? A temple should be inaugurated either the Tandri of that temple or trustee members of that temple. There is not a duty of the Prime Minister to inaugurate a temple. See, K. Karunan, when he was the Chief Minister of Kerala, he never inaugurated any temple because that's a duty of the Tandri or the trustee members.
If Sonia Gandhi has been called personally to be part of the program, if you had to take decision, what would you tell her, not to go or to go?
I will not go. I will not go because that temple was misusing for political agenda.
You're saying it has been misused for political agenda? There is
Definitely. Because why it is inaugurating January?
Why?
March will be the election date. Election date will be announced by March. So he is not a believer of Sri Ram. Because
who's not a believer of Sri Ram?
Narendra Modi is not a believer of Sri Ram because Sri Raman made yaga. That time, Sita's statue was nearest of his right side. Now Modi, he divorced or not, he don't know. His wife is still here. So how can he inaugurate Rama temple in Ayodhya?
That could be a very controversial statement that you are making, that you are saying that the Prime Minister's spouse also has to be there. It is very, it's a direct attack on the Prime Minister.
Yeah, because Sri Raman, he made a yaga with the statue of his spouse, his own spouse. Where is Narendra Modi's spouse? He should answer that.
Okay. All right. So that is a very controversial comment that has been made by a veteran Congress leader and MP from Kerala, stating that Narendra Modi, Prime Minister, should not attend the inauguration as he is not following the virtues of Ram as he has stated just now. Very controversial indeed. Well, let's see what are the responses that come for this statement that has been made by a Congress MP.
Several bobs by the Congress parliamentarian in the past. Not to forget the Chaiwala bob that was made by a Congress parliamentarian. Now, yet another parliamentarian from Kerala, from the Congress party, taking a dig at the Prime Minister. A bizarre logic being attempted by the Congress parliamentarian, who says that the Prime Minister should not even be part of it simply because he does not have a spouse. Then he gives the analogy that in the past, Kerala chief ministers who haven't really inaugurated a temple, it's a priest who should be inaugurating it. Several logics are being given, but let's not forget that the Congress party in the state of Kerala appears to be under tremendous pressure. Let's not forget the demand that has been made by their own ally, the IUML. Let me bring in my colleague Ashwin, who's got us that big confrontation from the state of Kerala. It is quite clear, Ashwin, that there is a clear unease within the Congress party, the state of Kerala. They simply want to appease their ally IUML. IUML has already dared the Congress party, saying that you need to make your position very clear on this matter.
Absolutely, Shravan. In fact, Congress party, the MP, was himself telling that all the other parties in the India Alliance are already going, but Congress party needs more time because we are running the India Alliance. So then when the question was popped, if you are running the India Alliance, you have all the power to take decisions. That's when he remained silent. Then he personally went on to attack Prime Minister Modi by taking a very controversial analogy by stating that Sri Ram, when he was doing a yaga, his spouse was there next to him, and then he went on to question the absence of spouse of Prime Minister Modi. Now this is the level of comeback which the Congress has done, but till now they're not accepting that that they are taking a stance to appease another set of community, a minority community in the state. So we have seen there has been a tremendous problems within the Congress party. In fact, VM Sudhiran, another veteran of the Congress, has in fact been asking the Congress party to make a stance clear that they are not going for it. But even now they are dilly-dallying, and right now what we see is that instead of giving a stance, there's a direct attack on the Prime Minister, where a Congress MP from Vadakara, K. Muralidharan, has stated in an exclusive conversation that Prime Minister Modi's spouse is missing and he should not be doing the inauguration of the Ram temple. So certainly very controversial. What needs to be seen is how will the Congress party within this fold will respond to the same kind of analogy that has been brought in by their colleague. Shravan.
Well, thank you very much.
Ashwin, for getting us the latest details. That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. On the other side, news and updates continue with my colleague Suvesh.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
3 से 4 व्हीलर में अपग्रेड तो करना है, पर इसमें से क्या खास बात है?
इसमें एक खासियत हो तो बताएं। टाटा इस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX में है दमदार इंजन जो दे बढ़िया पिकअप, बड़ी और स्ट्रॉन्ग लोड बॉडी और मेंटेनेंस एकदम कम। तो अब सोचो, समझो और टाटा इस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX लो।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, कोई नहीं रहेगा भूखा। हर महीने 80 करोड़ लोगों को मिल रहा है मुफ्त राशन। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
Siddaramaiah government opens 31-year-old case against car sevaks. BJP calls it appeasement politics. Congress comes to defense of protesting truckers, says hit-and-run laws passed without discussion. Amid speculation of Jharkhand Chief Minister's resignation, BJP claims Soren's wife to take over. Major tussle within the India alliance over prime ministerial face. Congress plays peacemaker with miffed Nitish. Jaishankar shows Canada the mirror, says Khalistani elements given free run under Trudeau government. 5 dead after fire at Tokyo airport after collision between Japan Airlines plane and Japan Coast Guard plane. Good evening and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Suesha Samant, and well, as the date for the Ram Mandir inauguration in Ayodhya approaches, the Karnataka Police Department seems to have opened cases for investigation against Ram Mandir activists who allegedly engaged in property destruction and other offences during the peak of the movement for Ram Mandir 30 years ago. Further, regarding a claimed incident of torching a minority-owned store in Hubballi on December 5, 1992, Shrikant Pujari has been taken into custody by the Hubballi police. Pujari is the third defendant in the case, and 8 more defendants are being sought after by the police. Pujari was put under court supervision. In a similar vein, Hubballi police have also created a list of 300 suspects they claim are connected to communal conflicts that occurred between 1992 and 1996. Let's listen in to what Siddaramaiah has said.
ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದವ್ರನ್ನ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕ್ರಿ? ಅದು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? ಹಳೆಯ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹೇಳದ ಕೇಳರಿ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನೀವು ಹೇಳೋದು ಕೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಹಳೆಯ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವರು ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಾವು ಯಾವ ದ್ವೇಷದ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ನಿರಾಪರಾಧಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬಂಧಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
Meanwhile, the BJP has denounced the Congress government's current action with outrage. They have said that the Congress government is unable to stand in the door-to-door campaign by the BJP and Hindu organizations against the backdrop of the opening of Ram Mandir in Ayodhya, and they are using this tactic to start investigating instances that were reported 30 years ago. In fact, Hindu organizations that are also taking on the Congress against this action, where Congress is now in Karnataka opened cases against caste sevaks. Let's listen into how the BJP is reacting.
ಈಗ 30 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಳೆಯ ಕೇಸನ್ನು 35 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಳೆಯ ಕೇಸನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ತೆಗೆದು ಜನರನ್ನು ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ನೀಚ ಕೃತ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಕೈ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಪೂಜಾರಿ ಅಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ಕುಲಕರ್ಣಿ ಅನ್ನೋರನ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ 72 ವರ್ಷ, 72 ಇಯರ್ಸ್. ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ರು ಮತ್ತು ಗೃಹ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಆದೇಶವನ್ನು, ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಆದೇಶವನ್ನು ಇವರು ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ರು ಅಂತೂ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ದ್ವೇಷ ಭಾವನೆಯಿಂದ ವರ್ತಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಆದದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸಂಕಟ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಕಿಚ್ಚು, ನಾ ಹೇಳಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಕಿಚ್ಚಿನಿಂದ ವರ್ತಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಕಿಚ್ಚಿನಿಂದ ವರ್ತಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ನೀವು ಕೇಳಿದಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ, ಕಾನೂನು ಹೋರಾಟ ಅಂತೂ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿಯೂ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕವಾಗಿಯೂ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾರು ಏನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು PFI ಮತ್ತು ಈ DJ ಹಳ್ಳಿ, KJ ಹಳ್ಳಿ, ಹಳೆ ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಭಾಳ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ಸಂಚು ನಡೆಸಿ ಹಲ್ಲೆ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ನು ಸತ್ತೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಶೀಟ್ನಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ಕೊಂದು ಹಾಕ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ. ಅಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೆ ನೀವು ಪತ್ರ ಬರೀತೀರಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯವರು? ಈಗ 35 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕೇಸು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬನಿಗೆ 75 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ, ಒಬ್ಬನಿಗೆ 60-62 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರಂತೂ ಆ ಹೋರಾಟದಲ್ಲೇ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂಧಿಸ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು? ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀರಿ ನೀವು ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ? ನೀವೇನು ಮೊಘಲ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಡೆಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಥವಾ ಇಸ್ಲಾಮಿಕ್ ISIS ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಆ ರೀತಿಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಡೆಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನೀವು? ಅಥವಾ ಏನು ISIS ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ISISದವ್ರು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನೀವು? ಇದು ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೀತ್ಯಾದರಕ್ಕೆ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಪ್ರೀತ್ಯಾದರಕ್ಕೆ ಇದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಇದನ್ನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ತೀವ್ರವಾಗಿ
In Hubli, the ruling Congress party has dared to reopen the old case. 31-year-old case has been reopened, and our Hindu Karyakarta Shrikant Pujari has been arrested pertaining to protest during Ram Mandir episode. Bharatiya Janata Party strongly condemns the act of the state government, the act of the police. We demand the Congress party, Congress government should immediately release Shrikant Pujari. Tomorrow Bharatiya Janata Party has arranged a massive protest across the state of Karnataka. It's very unfortunate when the entire country is celebrating the Pratishtapana of Ram on January 22nd. The attitude of the ruling Congress party here in Karnataka, it clearly shows the present Congress government in Karnataka is anti-Hindu and repeatedly trying to hurt the sentiments of the Hindus in the Karnataka. So we'll expose this Congress government before the people of Karnataka and also before the people of this country. Tomorrow Bharatiya Janata Party is holding a massive protest across the barbaric attitude of the state government.
सिद्धारमैया जी विनाश काले विपरीत बुद्धि, आप हिंदुओं को तबाह करना चाहते हैं, राम भक्तों को। अगर आपने ये गलती की तो आने वाले लोकसभा के चुनाव में हिंदुओं भी एकजुट होकर के 0/0 कर देगा, फिर उसके बाद देखना राम भक्तों से टकराव मत।
Union Minister Prahlad Joshi posted on X stating that the selection of the idol for the Pran Pratishtapana of Lord Ram in Ayodhya has been finalized. The idol of Lord Ram that will be installed in Ayodhya has been carved by a renowned sculptor of India, Yogi Raj Arun. In yet another incident of mob violence, Navage Taluk in the Belagavi district of Karnataka witnessed an attack over an alleged love case. Over 20 individuals reportedly assaulted a house, damaging car windows, house window panes and 2 motorcycles. The conflict arose from a dispute between youths from Badarwadi and Navage villages related to an alleged love case. The incident has been officially registered as a case at the Belagavi Rural Police Station. Early this morning, officials from ED conducted raids in Shivamogga. The focus of the raids was the national group of institutions located in Tirahalli, Shivamogga district. ED officials targeted specific areas including the National Institute's Gold Palace, Super Bazaar and Indian Gas Godown during the operation. Medical Education Minister Dr. Sharan Prakash Patil called a meeting at Vikas Soda to discuss Karnataka's COVID-19 status and preventive measures. In the last 24 hours, the state reported 296 new cases and 1 death, with a total of 199 cases, including one of the JN1 variant. The meeting with officials is set for 11 a.m. An Arjuna awardee, Punjab Deputy Superintendent of Police Dalbir Singh Deol, 54, was found dead under mysterious circumstances in Jalandhar on Monday. His body with multiple injuries was found abandoned near a canal at Basti Bawa Khel on the outskirts of Jalandhar town. Deol was an Asian Games gold medalist. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, Congress comes to defense of protesting truckers, says hit and run laws passed without discussion. Major tussle within the Indi alliance over prime ministerial face. Congress plays peacemaker with Nitish.
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, सबका अपने पक्के घर का सपना होगा पूरा। 4 करोड़ पक्के घरों का निर्माण, हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
जामनगर की भट्ट फैमिली को तारे देखना पसंद है, जम्मू की भट्ट फैमिली को सितारे देखना पसंद है। फैमिलीज जितनी भी सेम लगे होती अलग है, इसलिए नया वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड जो दे हर फैमिली को उनकी पसंद की चॉइसेस, जैसे ईज माई ट्रिप, Amazon Prime and more. वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड, choose what you want to use.
Whenever I had ice cream or cold water, I would experience a sharp shooting sensation. So I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne. So now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
कैंट से पानी होता है 100% प्योर।
कैंट आरओ प्योरिटी दिखाता भी है।
कैंट देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी।
The Republic, and while Prime Minister Narendra Modi attended the 38th convocation ceremony of Bharati Dasan University in Tamil Nadu, while addressing the ceremony, Prime Minister Modi highlighted India's trade deal with important economies and said that these deals will create countless new opportunities for our youth. Listen in.
India has also sealed a number of trade deals with important economies. The deals will open up new markets for our goods and services. They also create countless new opportunities for our youth. Whether it is strengthening institutions like the G20, fighting climate change, or playing a bigger role in the global supply chain, India is being welcomed as a part of every global solution. In many ways, due to the local and global factors, this is the best time to be young in India. Make the most of this time to make our country to new heights. Enan Madav Kudumbame, Some of you may be thinking that today is the end of university life for you. That may be true, but it is not the end of learning. You will not be taught by your professors anymore, but life will become your teacher. In the spirit of constant learning, it is important to proactively work on unlearning, reskilling, and upskilling. Because in a rapidly transforming world, either you drive change or change drives you. Once again, I congratulate the young people graduating here today.
Siddaramaiah government opens 31-year-old case against car sevaks ahead of Mandir inauguration. Amid speculation of Jharkhand Chief Minister's resignation, BJP claims Soren's wife to take over.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
फिल्म अनुकूल नीति, सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम, ऑनलाइन शूटिंग की अनुमति और सब्सिडी की सुविधा ने उत्तर प्रदेश को बनाया है देश का मोस्ट फिल्म फ्रेंडली स्टेट। 80 फिल्मों को सब्सिडी के तौर पर दिए गए हैं 44 करोड़ रुपए। विभिन्न स्थानों पर 450 से अधिक फिल्मों की हुई है शूटिंग। स्थानीय कलाकारों को मिला है अपना हुनर दिखाने का अवसर। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी मानते हैं कि सकारात्मक फिल्में समाज को जागरूक बनाने का आधार हैं। इसी के अनुरूप माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की पहल पर विश्व स्तरीय सुविधाओं से लैस इंटरनेशनल फिल्म सिटी की स्थापना की जा रही है। फिल्म स्टूडियो, होटल्स, मॉल्स, थीम पार्क, मिक्सिंग और रिकॉर्डिंग स्टूडियो जैसी सुविधाएं फिल्म उद्योग के माध्यम से आकर्षित करेंगी पूंजी निवेश। मोस्ट फिल्म फ्रेंडली स्टेट, नए भारत का नया उत्तर प्रदेश।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
इस पल को मुमकिन करने के लिए अबीर ने पहले से ही शुरुआत कर दी थी।
ये पल सच हुआ, ये पलकों पे सूरज सा उगा, ये पल मानो रुक सा।
और म्यूचुअल फंड से शुरुआत करना समझदारी की निशानी है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, महिलाओं के लिए धुआं मुक्त रसोई। प्रधानमंत्री उज्ज्वला योजना के तहत 10 करोड़ गैस कनेक्शन। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
कैंट से पानी होता है 100% प्योर।
कैंट आरओ प्योरिटी दिखाता भी है।
कैंट देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी।
जहाँ यादगार होता है हर एक किस्सा। इको रिट्रीट ओडिशा।
Thank Thank you for saying with Republic. 2 youth from Delhi have set out on a foot journey to participate in the grand ceremony of the consecration of Lord Sri Ram in Ayodhya. While talking to Republic, they told us that they will travel 700 kilometers from Delhi to Ayodhya to reach on time for the big day. Listen in.
हमारे साथ दो ऐसे युवा हैं जो कि पैदल यात्रा करके भगवान राम यानी कि अयोध्या तक पहुंचने की कोशिश करेंगे और साफ तौर पर ये यात्रा शुरू हो चुकी है। अभी हम सेंट्रल दिल्ली में मौजूद हैं और इस यात्रा के दौरान हमने इनको रोकने की कोशिश की और इनसे जानने की कोशिश की है कि इनकी यात्रा कहां से कहां तक ये जाएंगे। साफ तौर पे पहले तो आप अपना नाम बताइए और बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको इस यात्रा के लिए।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और सबको जय श्री राम। तो मेरा नाम प्रांशु है और
मेरा नाम सोनू है।
कैसे ये यात्रा का ख्याल आया?
एक्चुअली मैंने पहले देखा कि काफ़ी पहले मैं ट्रैवल ही करता था और मैंने काफ़ी सारी लोगों को जाना, तो मुझे लगा कि इस बार मुझे क्यों ना पैदल एक बार ये यात्रा करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि जैसे प्रभु श्री राम ने वन भटकते थे वो भी पैदल ही भटकते थे। तो मुझे लगा क्यों ना हमारे पास आज तो इतना सुविधाएं हैं, सारी रोड हैं, सब कुछ है, तो हमने सोचा क्यों ना दिल्ली से अयोध्या चलते हैं पैदल और इससे क्या होगा, सनातन धर्म का जो प्रचार है वो भी होगा। इससे बड़ी बात क्या हो सकती है और मतलब अपने प्रभु श्री राम जी से मिल सकते हैं, इससे बड़ा साधन क्या हो सकता है।
एक लंबे आंदोलन के बाद अब प्रभु श्री राम का मंदिर तैयार हो चुका है। प्राण प्रतिष्ठा कार्यक्रम है 22 को और आपकी यात्रा भी शुरू हो चुकी है। कितने दिनों की ये यात्रा रही?
यात्रा लगभग 22 तक तो वैसे पहुंचने का हमारा है, देखते कितने दिन में पहुंचते हैं। 22 तक पूरा कोशिश से पहुंच जाएंगे।
बिल्कुल, यहाँ पे ध्वजा भी आपने लगा के रखा है और भारत का झंडा भी लगा के रखा है, दोनों नहीं। और पूरी तरीके से क्या क्या तैयारी कर रखी है?
हमारे पास अपने कपड़े हैं, सोने के लिए टेंट है, हमारा मतलब स्लीपिंग बैग भी है, सब चीज़ तैयारी है, हर चीज़ लेके चलते हैं हम।
मन में क्या ख्याल आया इस यात्रा को शुरू करने के बाद?
मन में ये ख्याल है कि पहले तो मुझे लगा कि कैसे होगा, फिर मुझे एक मेरा दोस्त है उसने मुझे बोला कि उस हरि पे भरोसा है ना, वो सब कर देगा। तो बिल्कुल वो वही संसार चला रहे हैं, वही पालनहार है। तो
साफ तौर पे यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं, अगर हम इनको उल्टा करें और यहाँ पर इनका पोस्टर देखें तो इनके बैग पे एक पोस्टर है, दिल्ली टू अयोध्या 700 किलोमीटर पैदल यात्रा, और साफ तौर पे मंदिर की तस्वीर है, अपना राष्ट्रीय ध्वज है और पूरी तरीके से ये तैयारी करके पैदल यात्रा शुरू कर चुके हैं।
Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, Congress comes to the defense of protesting truckers, says hit and run laws passed without discussion. Major tussle within Indi over prime ministerial pace. Congress plays peacemaker with Nitish.
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. This is not just an app, viewers. It's a direct conduit to a world of news delivered with unparalleled authority and integrity right at your fingertips. Republic World app is your gateway to the latest updates, live streams, and the debates that have become the hallmark of our journalistic prowess. Download Republic World app, available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
There's a reason why over 200 new age companies scout for talent from our campuses. It's because we've future-proofed our courses with a higher technological baseline, with a thrust on specialized industry skills and tech innovation skills. The Amrita School of Engineering. Tomorrow's engineering today.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, हर घर पहुंचेगा नल से जल। अब तक 13.5 करोड़ से अधिक नल कनेक्शन। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल, इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
Helps beat sensitivity fast.
Sensodyne Rapid Relief.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़े, पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. This is not just an app, viewers, it's a direct conduit to a world of news delivered with unparalleled authority and integrity right at your fingertips. Republic World app is your gateway to the latest updates, live streams and the debates that have become the hallmark of our journalistic prowess. Download Republic World app, available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
I would say it was not so much that there was a turning point, I mean, unless, and you can call 2014 as a turning point. Once, Modi comes in 2014 and really weighs the foreign policy, which now he's taken charge of. That's essentially the chapter which I described, where you can see, he feels the need for a new construct, that one where the neighborhood, very generous, non-reciprocal policy towards the neighborhood, which brings the neighborhood in closer. To the fact that we have an extended zone.
The mandalas that you talk about.
Yes, the Southeast Asia, Indian Ocean, the Gulf, Central Asia. Now, we had made some progress definitely in Southeast Asia, but if you look, for example,
The biggest story tonight, powered by Century Laminates.
Siddaramaiah government opens a 31-year-old case against car sevaks. BJP calls it appeasement politics. Congress stoops to a new law, attacks Prime Minister now, says he must not attend Mandir inauguration. BJP declares a roadmap for 2024 now, coins Teesri Bar Modi Sarkar slogan. Major tussle within India over Prime Ministerial race. Congress plays peacemaker with miffed Nitish. Jaishankar shows Canada the mirror, says Khalistani elements given free run under Trudeau government. 5 dead after fire at Tokyo airport after collision between Japan Airlines plane and Japan Coast Guard plane. With 20 days to go for the mega Ram Mandir inauguration, Ayodhya is all decked up. We are putting out reports coming in from the temple town filed by my colleague Priyanka Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, entire town of Ayodhya is now celebrating the opening of Ram Mandir. But across the country, especially when it comes to our political parties, what they've essentially been doing is playing politics over this entire matter. So how exactly are the people of Ayodhya responding to what we see really playing out in the national capital? Take a look at some of the reports sent by my colleague Priyanka.
Ram Janmabhoomi Temple is being inaugurated on 22nd. There are a lot of historically significant places as well that are all set to be developed and dedicated to the people of Ayodhya. Over 100 kunds have also been developed, are going to be developed in the Master Plan 2031. One such very important kund where we are is at the Bharat Kund. Now there is a lot of historically significance of this particular kund as well, specifically where we see that Lord Ram's brother Bharat in fact had come to keep his padukas in here as well, and those have also been embedded over here at this particular place, where we can see the significance of that as far as Bharat Kund is concerned. And this is where in fact he had also come to get an appeal to Lord Ram to come back to his kingdom in Ayodhya and not go for the exile of 14 years. Now that being said, we are looking at how the ADA and the authorities in fact have also made a plan for making sure that this entire kund that we also see is not completely developed. It's not completely well made, and that is why we are looking at projects of this 100 kunds that are going to be completely renovated and restructured and made a little better to facilitate more and more footfall of devotees, because even now as we see a lot of people who have gathered here at this Bharat Kund, a lot of emotion and a lot of devotion with which they are also coming here and taking a dip in the Bharat Kund as well. So now that being said, we are looking at how 100 such kunds that have their own story is going to be developed. Each and every kund, then be it Surya Kund, Bharat Kund, Sita Kund, all of these kunds that have historical significance. In fact, we are looking at these temples as well that are being completely renovated and restructured by the authorities to make sure that each and every story of the Ramayana is also reflected and is made in a better way, so that more people and more devotees in fact who come here for their worshipping, for the prayers that they want to do in Ayodhya, even as they are coming to Ram Janmabhoomi temple, it is not just about that one temple, but several hundreds of such kunds, hundreds of such temples, hundreds of such stories that essentially people have their faith in, and they want to experience these stories as well. And that is why the authorities are going to be developing these kunds this way, in which at least 100 such kunds like this, water bodies that have been identified, they will be developed, and there will be a lot of recreational and facilitations as well that will be developed in and around these kunds as well. We are right now in the Brahmakund Gurudwara here in Ayodhya, and the kind of rich history that we are also recording for our viewers to understand as the 22nd of January approaches, of how the kind of different communities of Ayodhya had played a very key and important role in this entire Ram Janmabhoomi temple agitation that had been going on. But the most crucial one is that perhaps of the Nihang Sikh community that had in fact barged in the 1858 year, and the Baba Fakir Singh Khalsa in fact, who has been named in the FIR, the very first FIR that had been registered in this entire Ram Janmabhoomi case, which had also been cited in the Supreme Court verdict, and post which we are looking at the 6th and 7th generation of the Nihang Sikhs who had in fact gone inside, and along with Baba Fakir Singh Khalsa, there were 25 other Nihang Sikh community members who had gone inside, had carried out a havan, and then had also also inscribed Ram inside of the temple itself. Let's get in a word from the Mukhya Granthi, who is in fact joining us, who is the 6th generation of the Nihang Sikhs who had gone inside. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर हमसे बात करने के लिए. हमें थोड़ी सी जो मान्यताएं हैं, कहानियां हैं जो हमें सुनने को मिलती हैं बाबा फ़कीर सिंह खालसा की, या जो आपके जो पूर्वज थे जो भी उनके साथ में गए थे, उनके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए कि क्या हुआ था उस दिन, क्या क्या आपने सुना है. वो तो खैर काफ़ी सारा रिकॉर्ड पे है, पर जो कहानी जो है वो हमें थोड़ी सी बताइए. किस तरह से अंदर गए थे, हवन किया था, और कैसे वो पहला एक जो स्टेप था राम जन्मभूमि टेम्पल के एजिटेशन.
देखिए, हमारे जो यहाँ पर परंपरा पीढ़ियों की है वो महंत की परंपरा है. गुलाब सिंह जी स्टार्ट हुआ, उसके बाद उनके जो हमारे उनके जो गुरु सेवक हुए थे बाबा सतुरजीत सिंह जी, वो जब निहंग सिंह वहाँ से आए वहाँ, तो निहंग सिंह यहाँ पे आए, क्योंकि हमारे पूर्वज बाबा गुलाब सिंह जी निहंग सिंह थे, तो वो उस परंपरा को मुख्य रखे वो यहाँ पे आए, इनसे मिले. और ऐसा सुनने में आ रहा है कि ये भी साथ में उनके साथ में वहाँ तक गए थे. और फिर वहाँ पर युद्ध करने के बाद होने के बाद में छुड़ा के हिंदुओं को सौंप के, फिर बाद में हवन भी हुआ और कड़ा प्रसाद भी बांटा गया. तो सब मिलके वहाँ पर हवन में शामिल हुए, कड़ा प्रसाद वहाँ पर बांटा, और वहाँ पर राम राम लिखा कि मैं अब हमारे कब्जे में ही आ गया है, अब मुक्त हो गया राम जन्म मुगलों से, ऐसा कहते हैं.
शत्रुजीत सिंह जी और जसवंत सिंह जी जो आपके दो, यहाँ पर हम हमारे दर्शकों को भी दिखाएंगे कि किस तरह से उनकी भी जो हिस्ट्री है, जो साथ में गए थे बाबा फ़कीर सिंह खालसा जी के साथ में, किस तरह से उन्होंने अंदर क्या क्या किया था. और उसके बाद जब पूरा ये जो हवन हुआ था, FIR हुई थी, तब वहाँ पे ही बाबा फ़कीर सिंह खालसा जी वहाँ पे रह रहे थे, उनको फिर एविक्ट किया गया था. तो उसकी भी कुछ जो है जो आपको पता चली है आपके फैमिली मेम्बर से भी, उसका भी
ऐसा बताते हैं हमारे बुजुर्ग लोग कि भाई साथ में वो लोग वहाँ पे गए थे, वहाँ से बाद में करने के बाद में वहाँ पर उनको वहाँ से हटाया गया, ऐसे भी कहते हैं लोग, पर ऐसा नहीं भी है, क्योंकि वो अपना काम करने के बाद में सब मुक्त करवा के फिर वो खुद ही बाहर आए थे वहाँ पर, और वहाँ पर हवन करके राम राम लिख के कड़ा प्रसाद बांट के फिर वो चले गए पंजाब, फिर वो यहाँ से होते हुए.
किस तरह से देखते हैं कि ये जो काफ़ी सारे जो 25 जितने जो कम्युनिटी मेंबर्स थे निहंग सिख के जो अंदर गए थे, बाहर पहरा भी दिया था, क्या किस तरह से देखते हैं और क्या उसकी कहानी है और कितने लोग थे वो, और उसके बारे में कुछ डिटेल्स.
देखिए, जो निहंग सिंह की जो परंपरा है, चूँकि राम हमारे पूर्वज थे, हम उनके वंशज अपने आप को मानते हैं, तो जो राम जी का जन्म स्थान जो था वो किसी मुगलों के कब्जे में था. तो एक यहाँ के संतों ने जब यहाँ पुकार की कि हमको इसको आज़ाद कराना है, तो हमारे पूर्वजों से आके उनकी मुलाकात हुई यहाँ पर. तो उन्होंने पंजाब में जो निहंग सिंह थे उन लोगों से आज्ञा मांगी कि आप हमारे साथ आइए और हम चल करके वहाँ पर उसको करेंगे. तो वो लोग 25 लोग, ज़्यादा लोग रहे होंगे, संभवतः 25 लोग यहाँ से गए थे, और यहाँ फ़ौज पड़ी हुई थी कि अगर कोई आवश्यकता पड़ेगी तो फिर यहाँ से चले जाएंगे. तो वहाँ जाके आज़ाद कराया. आज़ाद कराने के बाद सबको हटा दिया. लगभग ये लड़ाई चली है 8-9 दिन या 18 दिन के करीब ऐसी थी, उनके हाथ में कब्जे में था. और उसके बाद फिर उन्होंने, मुगलों ने ये संभाल नहीं पाए, ये वापस चले गए. तो फिर जब लौटे वो लोग, लौट के चले गए, तो मुसलमानों ने फिर कब्जा कर लिया उसको, फिर मेरे हाथ से चला गया ये हिंदुओं के हाथ से.
तो ये किस तरह से जो आपकी कम्युनिटी है उसकी भी मान्यता है कि वो क्यों एक बहुत ही ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट स्थल है, क्यों जो निहंग सिख हैं उन्होंने सबसे ये शुरुआत की, सबसे पहले राम जन्मभूमि टेम्पल के अंदर जाके हवन किया, बाबा फ़कीर सिंह खालसा जी अंदर गए, तो क्यों महत्वता है उसकी. क्योंकि ऐसे कई सारे जो स्टेटमेंट्स है सुप्रीम कोर्ट के वर्डिक्ट में भी है कि भगवान निराकार है, वो मान्यता है, और गुरु गोबिंद सिंह जी खुद वहाँ पर गए हुए हैं, वो भी एक मान्यता है, जिसकी वजह से ये एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट एक स्थल है, मतलब रिलीजियस.
चूँकि निहंग सिंह फौज जो है गुरु गोबिंद सिंह महाराज के साथ ही लड़ती रही शुरू से, और हमारे पूर्वज जब वहाँ पे गए उस जगह पर, तो जो पूर्वज वहाँ गए, जहाँ भी गए वो हमारा स्थान अपने आप को माना जाता है कि हमारे पूर्वज वहाँ गए हैं तो हमारा स्थान है. तो किसी प्रकार से कोई आपत्ति अगर उसको आती है तो हम कभी भी रहेंगे तो हम उसकी सुरक्षा जरूर करेंगे, किसी प्रकार बगैर किसी के स्वार्थ के हम उसकी सुरक्षा करना मेरी जिम्मेदारी है. आज नहीं, अंत तक करना है. ये हमारी पीढ़ियाँ रहेंगे, हमारे पूर्वज भी आने वाली पीढ़ियाँ भी करती रहेंगी इस चीज़ को.
और अब बताइए कि क्योंकि अब आपके ही पूर्वज थे जिन्होंने ये शुरुआत की, और अब इतने सालों बाद 170 जितने सालों बाद अब मंदिर बनने वाला है, मंदिर की तैयारी हो चुकी है, इनॉग्रेशन 22 जनवरी को होने वाला है, किस तरह से देखते हैं, क्या महसूस करते हैं?
बहुत खुशी का माहौल है, बहुत खुशी का समय हम लोग देख रहे हैं, अपने साक्षी बन रहे हैं हम लोग. ये सब इतनी आसानी से नहीं हुआ, मंदिर का बनना शुरू हुआ है। ये पूर्वजों के, हमारे संतों के, कार्य सेवकों के, भक्तों की कुर्बानी का, त्याग तपस्या का फल है। आज हम 22 जनवरी को देखने जा रहे हैं। ये हमारे लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है और सबका सहयोग इसमें, जिसमें हमारे कार्य सेवक हुए, संत हुए, हमारी माताएं जो हमारी साध्वी लोग हुए, ऋताम्बरा ऐसे लोग, और पहले भी हमारे जितने हुए सब लोग, उनके त्याग तपस्या और मेहनत का फल है। और उसी से हम लोग आज देख रहे हैं। इससे बड़े गर्व की बात, खुशी की बात और कुछ हो नहीं सकती। हमारे प्रभु राम का मंदिर बन रहा है।
दूसरे आपके पूरी मैं लिनिएज यहाँ पर देख रही हूँ कि सारे जो आपके पूर्वज थे उन्होंने भी किस तरह से अपना योगदान दिया था इसको लेके, तो थोड़ा बहुत अगर और डिटेल्स में अगर हमें आप बता पाएं कि किस तरह से उन्होंने क्या क्या योगदान दिया था और वो फकीर सिंह खालसा जी के साथ में किस तरह से अंदर थे, और कई बार जो राम राम जो लिखा गया था अंदर वो भी उसमें उस समय पे शामिल।
हाँ, ये तो है। जो जिस तरह से वहाँ पर लोग यहाँ गए, उस जगह गए वहाँ पर, तो अब बड़ा माहौल डिस्टर्ब था। लेकिन चूँकि निहंग सिंह अपने किसी गुरु के कार्य के लिए हमेशा तत्पर रहते हैं, तो जिस प्रकार का भी माहौल था उन्होंने अपने आप को वहाँ लड़ाई करके, भीड़ करके, सब कुछ करके उन्होंने आज़ाद करा लिया था। और फिर शांत माहौल हो गया था। लेकिन चूँकि उसमें शासन सत्ता दूसरे के हाथ में थी, फिर उन्होंने मुगलों के हाथ में थी, तो उन्होंने फिर कब्जा कर लिया उसको। और पूर्वजों के हमारे बाद भी लड़ाई होती रही। हमारा ख़ानदान पूरा आज भी, ये राम मंदिर के समय सन 1992 में, सन 1990 में हम लोग वहाँ थे। हमने कोई भी आंदोलन रहा हो, चाहे किसी प्रकार से देश में रहा हो, चाहे बनारस में धर्म सम्मेलन रहा, हर जगह हम लोगों ने, उन्होंने बुलाया, हम पहुँचे वहाँ पर।
तो अब 22 जनवरी, हाँ, और 22 जनवरी को अब किस तरह से आप लोग भी सेवा दे रहे हैं, किस तरह से आप लोग भी काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ढेर सारे लोग अब आने वाले अयोध्या में वही राम मंदिर देखने।
सन 92 में जब ये ढांचा ध्वस्त हुआ, ढांचा मतलब ये हटा, उस समय हम लोग वहीं पर मौजूद थे, ऊपर मंच पर थे। राजमाता सिंधिया जी, जोशी जी, आडवाणी जी, सब हम लोग साथ में, सब कार सेवक लोग थे, संत लोग थे। अपनी आँख से मैंने देखा। अब जो समय सन 22 जनवरी का आ रहा है, उसमें अतिथि देवो भव के उसके नीचे हमारी लंगर लगाने की योजना हमारी है 18 जनवरी से 23 जनवरी तक। और अब ये देखना है कि पब्लिक किस तरीके से आ रही है, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने कहा कि सब लोग अपने उस दिन घर पे रहें, उसके भगवान राम पधर जाएं, बैठ जाएं, उनका प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो जाए, उसके बाद लोग आना जाना शुरू करें। तो ये भी अच्छी बात है कि भीड़ ज़्यादा बढ़ न जाए, उन लोगों को असुविधा ना हो। उसको देखते हुए फिर हम लंगर यहाँ पर हमारे लगाने की योजना 18 से 24 तक है।
Alright, so you can see how the Nihang Sikh community is also gearing up for the 22nd of January and how they are in fact already planning for the Pran Pratishtha program, because, and why not, since they are the ones who had in fact started the entire agitation, the ancestors of the people in fact we just spoke to, who had gotten in and carried out that havan.
On the biggest story tonight, getting you that big exclusive, complainant Jai Anand Dehadrai has now written to the Central Bureau of Investigation alleging illegal snooping by Trinamool Congress parliamentarian Moitra. In fact, Dehadrai has claimed that Moitra was using top Bengal police contacts to illegally track and snoop on ex-boyfriend. Dehadrai has also claimed that Moitra had the precise location and movement of ex-boyfriend. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a big allegation that has been levelled by Jai Anand Dehadrai. In fact, this letter was written on 29th of December to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Sources within the agency have also now confirmed that they are in the possession of this letter that has been written to Central Bureau of Investigation. Jai Anand Dehadrai. Let me just take you through some of the details of the letter that has now been accessed by Republic TV. We'll also try and go across to our reporters on the ground getting you the latest details. But first, a quick recap of what we know so far. The letter that has been accessed by Republic TV. These are some big allegations that have been levelled against Moitra, and I'm going to take you through the big takeaways of this letter. First big allegation. Jai Anand Dehadrai has put on record allegations of Moitra's illegal snooping. This is what he says, that Moitra was using top Bengal contacts to illegally track and snoop. He has now put out details. In fact, CDR details have been put out by Jai Anand Dehadrai. He says that West Bengal police was being used to track down ex-boyfriend and German lady. Jai Anand Dehadrai also claims that Moitra had got full CDR details of ex-boyfriend from police. In fact, in the letter that has been sent to the Central Bureau of Investigation, it turns out that Jai Anand Dehadrai has also attached the CDR. The CDR, the call data record of her ex-boyfriend and also a German lady whom she suspected was in a relationship. In fact, Jai Anand Dehadrai says that Moitra was in touch with top Kolkata police, and the contacts were largely being used to find out about ex-boyfriend's whereabouts. He also says, and I quote, "stock precise whereabouts of individuals." Jai Anand Dehadrai claims that Mahua had precise location movement of ex-boyfriend. In fact, Mahua had shown him that had showed up at a Delhi luxury hotel after illegally tracking her ex-boyfriend. Jai Anand Dehadrai tells a Central Bureau of Investigation that Mahua threatened him, had his location details also. In fact, let's put this out. The big claim that is made by Jai Anand Dehadrai that she had, that's Trinamool Congress parliamentarian, had access to phone tapping. In fact, Jai Anand Dehadrai also says that when I told Mahua to leave my home one night, she threatened to jump. These are some of the details, ladies and gentlemen, coming in from the letter that has been written to the Central Bureau of Investigation. And we've also confirmed from our sources within the CBI, and my colleague Mahua has also reached out to the complainant, a confirmation coming in as far as the contents of this letter goes. It is now confirmed that the Central Bureau of Investigation is in possession of this letter that was recently shot off by Jai Anand Dehadrai. This means more trouble for the parliamentarian. In fact, my sources within the agency indicating that the preliminary inquiry is already underway. This is after Lokpal, after the Lokpal had also issued more details and had provided details to the Central Bureau of Investigation. We'll try and go across to Madhurima as well as Abhishek Kapoor getting us the latest details. As far as the Central Bureau of Investigation goes, it turns out that they are currently looking at the quid pro quo charges that have been leveled against her. And also, we are being told that they are in touch with the stakeholders. So that's very important to point out here. They are in touch with the details that we're getting in, that they are in touch with the stakeholders. A confirmation also coming in from the CBI. They said that they've received the letter on Saturday, is what I'm being told by my sources. Jai Anand Dehadrai, who's also spoken to my colleague Madhurima. We'll try and get her live from the newsroom here. Madhurima, you've accessed the letter that was written by Jai Anand Dehadrai to the Central Bureau of Investigation. You've been closely tracking Jai Anand Dehadrai, who in the past have made some sensational allegations against Mahua Moitra. First, walk us through the details of the complaint that has been sent to the Central Bureau of Investigation. You've also reached out to Jai Anand Dehadrai. He's confirmed those contents of the letter.
Well, yes, absolutely, Shravan. Mr. Dehadrai has confirmed the authenticity of the letter, and this letter has some very serious charges against Ms. Moitra. What needs to be seen here is that Mr. Dehadrai, in the initial paragraph, expresses his apprehensions that he is being tracked illegally by Ms. Moitra, as he alleges that Ms. Moitra is misusing the sources of the West Bengal government, following which he moves on to speak about a Mr. Mukherjee, apparently an ex-partner of Ms. Moitra, according to this complaint. And he also emphasizes that how not only Ms. Mukherjee was being spied on by Ms. Moitra, or also there was a lady friend of Ms. Mukherjee who was also under the surveillance. This is what the complaint alleges. So what needs to be seen here is that Mr. Dehadrai has also attached multiple WhatsApp clippings where he claims that Ms. Moitra had already told him also, and over the WhatsApp as well, that how she has been tracking one of her ex-boyfriends, according to this complaint. Now we'll have to wait and watch if Ms. Moitra has to say something about it or not, because it's a detailed CBI complaint that we've accessed over here, Shravan, that explains as to what are the charges and what are the allegations that Mr. Dehadrai has levelled against Ms. Moitra. Shravan.
Well, in fact, let's also take you through the details we are getting in from our sources within the Central Bureau of Investigation. Ladies and gentlemen, it means more trouble for parliamentarian Moitra, as the preliminary inquiry is already underway. Just to put this into perspective, what does this essentially mean? While we are also getting in more details, breaking news now coming in. Jai Anand Dehadrai, we've reached out to the complainant for getting in more details of this. Jai Anand Dehadrai has confirmed to my colleague Madhurima the contents of the letter. This letter was written on the 29th of December. We've also reached out to our sources within the Central Bureau of Investigation to get another set of confirmation. We're also getting more details from the agency that they are in the possession of this letter that has been shot off by Jai Anand Dehadrai, where serious allegations have been leveled against Moitra. First big sensational allegation that has been leveled is of illegal snooping. Ladies and gentlemen, in that two-page letter that has been shot off by Jai Anand Dehadrai, he's also attached screenshots of the CDR, the call data records, which essentially means that the parliamentarian did actually have access to a security agency. It turns out that this time she had used her proximity rather with a top official within Kolkata police to put an individual, a private person, under illegal snooping. So much so, they also had details of the movement of that individual. Jai Anand Dehadrai claims that he too was threatened by Moitra. A quick response coming in from Madhurima once again, while we try and go across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who is also confirming to us that the letter was received by the Central Bureau of Investigation on 29th of December, which essentially means that as the Central Bureau of Investigation comes to an end as far as the preliminary inquiry is concerned, it is not far away that the Central Bureau of Investigation would thereafter perhaps would be registering an FIR against Moitra, and that would mean more trouble for the suspended parliamentarian. Madhurima, you've spoken to Jai Anand Dehadrai. What is it that you're picking up?
Well, Shobhan, in an exclusive conversation, Mr. Dehadrai is saying that he is fearing for his life. The text that I'll read, that he's saying that I have no further comment. I fear for my life, and he asserts over the fact that I would want to come out and comment, but he is fearful of the power that Miss Moitra yields and the way she has been using the government machinery. He has asserted over the fact that he is afraid of Miss Moitra and hence is a little skeptical about speaking. But yes, he has exclusively replied to Republic TV, asserting that he's fearful of Miss Moitra, he fears for his life, and hence he is not coming out and speaking in detail. But the complaint in itself speaks volumes, Shravan.
Well, just to stay with that big news now coming in, let's put out that big breaking news. We have reached out to Jai Anand Dehadrai. He says that he fears for his safety, for his life. Remember, Jai Anand Dehadrai, in that letter that has been sent to the Central Bureau of Investigation, also says that he was threatened by the parliamentarian. This when she had provided details that her ex-partner was under surveillance. She, in fact, provided evidence to the effect that she had access to his call data record. In fact, an allegation has been leveled that the parliamentarian had also created a massive ruckus inside a luxury hotel here in the national capital. So far, we haven't really heard anything from the parliamentarian at this point in time. But remember, these are some sensational charges that have been leveled. So let's quickly take you a recap of what we know so far. The content of the letter that has been accessed by Republic TV, that's sensational to say the least. Let's put out the details first with regards to that letter that has been accessed. And then we also take you through what's the current status of the preliminary inquiry that has been conducted by the Central Bureau of Investigation. And thirdly, we're also going to get you what we are now putting out is the conversation that my colleague Madhurima had with Jai Anand Dehadrai, who is now telling us, Dehadrai tells Republic that he fears for his life. That's a big update coming in. There is, we've reached out for more comment from Mr. Dehadrai as far as the latest details coming in. Let me just quickly quote what Mr. Jai Anand Dehadrai had to say. She says to my colleague Madhurima that he has no further comment. He fears for his life, and he says that he fears for his own safety. Let's now take you through the content of the letter, and I'll go back to my colleague Madhurima in a short while from now, while we just quickly take our viewers to the latest details. This is a big development, big twist that's taking place with that letter that has been written. One big takeaway from the letter: illegal snooping charges have been leveled against Mahua Moitra. In fact, Jai Anant Dehadrai says that Mahua Moitra was using top Bengal police contacts to illegally track and also snoop. He makes the sensational charge that Mahua Moitra had actually used her proximity influence with the Kolkata police to track down ex-boyfriend, a German lady. In fact, she had access to full CDR details of ex-boyfriend from the police. Jai Anant Dehadrai also claims that the police was being used to find out whereabouts of her ex-boyfriend. And I'm quoting from the letter. He says, "Stock precise whereabouts of individuals." He says that he too was threatened. Jai Anant Dehadrai says that he was threatened that she had access to her location details, and she was also phone tapping. These are some charges that have been leveled. Major stalking, illegal snooping allegation on Mahua Moitra after cash for questioning scandal. Now major stalking allegation against Mahua Moitra. Will in a short while from now go across to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor. But before that, getting us that big story is my colleague Madhurima. Madhurima, you've reached out to Jai Anant Dehadrai. He says that he fears for his life.
Absolutely, Shravan, because ever since this news story broke, I first called him to ask for the confirmation, to which he said that yes, the complaint is correct and all the contents in the complaint that are of very serious nature are also correct and hold a lot of weight moving forward. He also asserted that he fears his life. When we asked for him to come on camera, he says that he's very fearful, he's feeling fearful, he fears for his life and that he is worried about the connection and the clout that Miss Moitra holds moving forward, that in the past as well he has been threatened by Miss Moitra on multiple occasions, and that the way the entire case, his previous case, has also been dealt, he fears for his life. Shravan.
Well, I'll just request you to stay on with us, Madhurima. I'll also bring in my colleague, senior executive editor Abhishek. Perhaps bear me out on this. You did actually have an inkling of this, what was actually happening. We were waiting for an official confirmation to come in with regards to one, the ruckus that was created, the alleged ruckus that was created inside a luxury hotel here at the national capital. One, second, with regards to the access that you had to a top Kolkata police officer, and we can also put out more details saying that the same very Kolkata officer has been under the scanner of the central agency. So undoubtedly she's misused her position as a parliamentarian, perhaps to snoop on a private individual, the same very person who was extremely vocal about what turned out to be completely fake. That was the Pegasus controversy.
Absolutely. So double standards and criminal angle to it, Shravan. You would know better what the agency would do with this complaint. But remember, it's not Mahua Moitra, the MP, misusing her position as a member of parliament, but actually a Trinamool leader exerting her influence as a Trinamool leader with the Kolkata police commissioner at that time, and using those connections to stoop down on her ex-boyfriend, effectively, not Jai Anant Dehadrai, another boyfriend at that time. There are call detail records submitted in this complaint which clearly show that Mahua Moitra was closely tracking the whereabouts of that individual, and in fact she trooped down to the place where the Kolkata police helped her find him, and there a scene was created. But that's something personal. What is important is the element of using call detail records and prevailing upon the Kolkata police to help Mahua Moitra in her very private pursuit of zeroing down where her boyfriend was. I think that's illegal, to say the least, and that's why it finds mention in the complaint, which is an omnibus of other issues. Jai Anant Dehadrai now says that his life can be under threat, but what is important is that Mahua Moitra, who projected herself as a paragon of activism when it comes to snooping, she was taking a very public position on Pegasus, for example, and even otherwise on an earlier episode of Snooping, herself found to be snooping on a boyfriend using Kolkata police is something I think is going to snowball, and depending on how the CBI really takes it forward, because there is a formal complaint with the call detail records attached. I think it's not going to be easy for Mahua Moitra to explain what she really did with the help of Kolkata police in terms of snooping down on somebody's private life. In fact, there is a Chinese angle to it, in the sense that the person involved was lobbying for a Chinese firm. There is a German citizen involved. It gets murky, it gets dangerous, and the fact that a member of parliament is with somebody who has Chinese connection, who has a German lobbying firm associated, I think it's going to get complicated as the investigation progresses.
Well, in fact, what we are also picking up, Abhishek, from our sources within the Central Bureau of Investigation, just a quick update for all our viewers who are tuning in. Number one, that the preliminary inquiry is already underway, which essentially means that they have got details with regards to the quid pro quo charges that have been leveled against her. In fact, the Lokpal has provided details with regards to first the complaint that was shared by Jayanant Dehadrai, and secondly, we are also being told that they are in the process of concluding the preliminary inquiry, which would essentially be converting this into an FIR in the days to come. In fact, we're getting more breaking news right now. The first step after the parliamentary privilege breach, now what we're looking at is yet another allegation that has been leveled of misusing her position, and that too using the Bengal police to stalk her ex-boyfriend, as my colleague and our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor was also pointing out, that this is not merely about just misusing her position and also influencing the Kolkata police to help her with regards to reaching out about her ex-boyfriend, but it also gives a murkier turn, that is with regards to a Chinese angle that turns out to become the bigger concern right now. As I understand, we'll try and get in more information from our sources, also from the Central Bureau of Investigation, but a quick response also coming in from my colleague Madhurima, who first has accessed that letter and also reached out to Jayanant Dehadrai. In fact, Madhurima, you've been in touch with Jayanant Dehadrai for over a month now. This is for the first time Jayanant Dehadrai has come out in the open where he says that he really fears for his life. Is there any reason behind it? Has he actually reached out to the police for any sort of protection, and why exactly has he made this kind of a comment, which I understand is for the first time?
Well, yes, Shravan, he has made such a serious, complaint to the Central Bureau of Investigation because, Shravan, he has tried his level best to get rid of Miss Moitra, but we've seen from taking away his pet dog to, slapping multiple cases against him. Mr. Dehadrai has been threatened time and again. We've seen that how Mr. Dehadrai has even approached the Delhi Police Commissioner on multiple occasions, where he had initially complained as well, Shravan, that he fears that Ms. Moitra is going to come to his residence, create a ruckus, and then file a complaint of some kind of sexual assault on him only. And he is going to be the victim, he is going to be the accused once again. So fearing the power that Ms. Moitra yields, and as he mentions in that particular letter, that he is fearful for his life when he told us that, and that he is fearful of the connection and the clout of Ms. Moitra, Shravan. So such is the reason behind Mr. Dehadrai taking such massive steps, because what sources are telling us that he was not left with much option, and now we see this yet another one more complaint against Ms. Moitra.
Right. Let me also go back to my colleague and our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, let's also remind our viewers with regards to the first set of charges that have been leveled against her. In fact, the committee that was looking into the charges that have been leveled against her also spoke about the national security concerns, starting from the fact that access that was given to a private businessman to her account, her parliamentary account, by which the private businessman was putting out questions which she had thereafter asked on the floor of the parliament, not once, over 60 times, and the login were from multiple locations, mainly outside India, and that is the reason why herein comes the national security concern.
Well, absolutely. In fact, if you look at this angle also, this particular complaint which has come to light now with Madhurima getting it, Shravan, what is clear is that Moitra says something else, practices something else, and that double standard is very clear while she's presenting herself as an activist at the forefront on the issues like Pegasus, on snooping, and was making very serious charges against the government without any basis or evidence. She herself was snooping on somebody, which was a private matter actually, but using the services of Kolkata police commissioner there, obliging it. The name is there in the complaint, and there are call detail records. Based on those call detail records, she was seen to be hobnobbing with that individual. She in fact zeroed down on the exact location and of the individual and went there and confronted that person who was trying to clearly avoid Moitra. So obviously this seems like a very aggressive individual who like in the case of Jayanand Dehadrai earlier, and so in this instance also seems to be willing to cut corners, willing to take the illegal route, willing to indulge in something which clearly falls in the domain of criminality in terms of breaking of sections of the IPC as it exists today. And so obviously if the CBI really picks up the threads of this complaint and carries out the investigation, there could be more serious charges added to already Moitra, whatever already she's facing in terms of giving access of her account to somebody who was not authorized in the case of parliament questions, and then of course lobbying, etc. The charges in which she finds herself surrounded, the charges with which she finds herself surrounded. So obviously this is one more of the many cases now against Moitra, and it's a formal complaint. Attached evidence there in the complaint, as we can see, Shawan, and maybe in a bit we will try to put across some redacted portions of the complaint so that viewers understand what exactly she was up to in terms of tracking an individual, taking the help of Kolkata police. Kolkata police obliging. I think this is going to be serious and can blow up into a big political controversy as well, apart from whatever investigation the CBI does.
Well, in fact, let me just also quickly put out some more details that I'm getting, Abhishek, from my sources within the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, 4 stakeholders with regards to the quid pro quo charges have already been examined by the Central Bureau of Investigation. But the difference here, Abhishek, is the fact that the preliminary inquiry is still underway. So by way of completing the preliminary inquiry, the Central Bureau of Investigation in a few days from now would be in a position to convert it into an FIR, which would essentially mean that our criminal charges could perhaps be leveled against parliamentarian Moitra. They're also looking at the possibility whether at all the National Investigation Agency could also be roped in, keeping in mind that there is a national security concern. But having said that, that's a decision that is going to be taken by the Ministry of Home Affairs with regards to whether at all a case can be actually given to the National Investigation Agency. So far, Abhishek, it turns out that one, they are looking into the number of times the login has actually taken place outside in India. Secondly, they're also looking at whether at all there was a quid pro quo. The very fact that over 60 questions were actually asked on the floor of the parliament, and this comes in from a direct arrival. The questions were essentially set off by a direct arrival, and more importantly, Moitra had frequently only asked questions about a particular business conglomerate and nothing to do with her own constituency. That is the reason why perhaps the Central Bureau of Investigation also looking at whether there have been any sort of transactions that have taken place. So far, the parliamentarian says that no business transactions have taken place, but will that cut ice with the Central Bureau of Investigation, as there is a possibility that criminal charges could be leveled. Now, illegal snooping, that's the latest charge that has been leveled. Just for a quick response also coming in, Abhishek, just to bring you into this, as I understand, Jayanand Dehadrai has shot off this letter on the 29th of December, where he basically talks about, one, that she was in touch with Jayanand Dehadrai. In fact, she had provided details of the call data records of her ex-partner, so much so she provided details about the fact that a top Kolkata police officer was the one who was actually helping her. We're also picking up from our sources that Moitra, parliamentarian Moitra, is not in the country right now. The Central Bureau of Investigation perhaps would, there's a possibility that soon after the FIR is registered, that the parliamentarian could also be called in for questioning soon after the FIR that is registered. Abhishek, what more are you picking up from your sources within the government?
Well, so there is this political aspect also, Shawan. Remember, Moitra, as I was mentioning, has tried to project a picture where she comes out as an activist or a snooping, and she was particularly vocal on the issue of Pegasus episode, and subsequently we have seen now this detail coming out, of course, through the complaint of Jayanand Dehadrai, and he has revealed his source, which happens to be Moitra Moitra. So it's self-incriminating. So Moitra Moitra actually sharing all those details with Jayanand Dehadrai, and it's so coming out that she was actually able to access call detail records, which you are not allowed to as a common citizen of the country, even as a member of parliament. Obviously, this was a Trinamool link or connection, which made her get the Kolkata police to do the snooping, and this is all illegal activity. You know, there was no criminal case against the individual who was being snooped down upon, and it was purely done for a private pursuit of a Trinamool leader, and I think that's something which is going to be serious and can have political implications as the story progresses. We've got the story just a while back. Obviously, it will take time, and it gets picked up politically, and then you would see this story is really snowballing. And one more issue to face so far as Moitra Moitra is concerned. You mentioned that she is not in the country, but obviously when she comes back, you can expect that even the CBI is going to maybe carry out preliminary inquiry, and during that maybe question her once as to what exactly was she doing with this illegally accessing the call detail records of an individual against whom there was no criminal case pending with the Kolkata police.
Well, thank you very much, Abhishek, for putting this into perspective. It only means more trouble for the parliamentarian, who we are now picking up from sources is not in the country right now, perhaps in a few days to come. Now, the FIR is likely to be registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar. AMFI Mutual Funds. Sahi hai. Co-powered by Sera. This is your space. Play it your way. Philips Smart Wi-Fi LED lights. Smarter generation ki smart lights.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
जहां यादगार होता है हर एक किस्सा। इको रिट्रीट ओडिशा।
आंध्रा की वर्मा फैमिली को गरम भाजी पसंद है। आगरा की वर्मा फैमिली को धर्म भाजी पसंद है। फैमिलीज जितनी भी सेम लगे, होती अलग है। इसलिए नया वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड जो दे हर फैमिली को उनकी पसंद की चॉइसेस, जैसे इजी डाइनर, डिज्नी प्लस हॉटस्टार एंड मोर। वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड, चूज व्हाट यू वांट टू यूज।
गाड़ी लेने से पहले टाटा एस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX का दिल, यानी इसका इंजन देखो। ये इतना बढ़िया है कि 18 किलोमीटर प्रति लीटर तक का माइलेज तो हंसते हंसते दे जाएगा। अब तेल के दाम तो बराबर ही हैं, पर इस गाड़ी की कीमत है कम, इसलिए अब हर ट्रिप में खर्चा है कम और मुनाफा ज्यादा। तो अब सोचो समझो और टाटा एस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX में।
योगी सरकार की निवेश फ्रेंडली नीतियां उत्तर प्रदेश की समृद्धि का आधार बन रही हैं। प्रदेश में बेहतरीन कानून व्यवस्था, निर्बाध बिजली, वर्ल्ड क्लास कनेक्टिविटी जैसी सुविधाओं के साथ ही लघु और मध्यम उद्योग को मिल रही सरकारी सब्सिडी के चलते युवाओं को नौकरियों और रोजगार के बड़े अवसर प्रदेश में प्राप्त हो रहे हैं।
2014 के बाद अगर देखा जाए तो जो गवर्नमेंट ने हमें सुविधाएं और जो हमें मिले हैं, गवर्नमेंट से सहयोग मिला हुआ है, उसके दौरान कोविड के दौरान भी हमारी कंपनी निरंतर जो है अच्छे परफॉर्म करती चली गई, जिसमें हमारे साथ सरकार का सहयोग, हर प्रकार का योगदान रहा और मैं निरंतर अभी मान के चलिए कि आप 1000 लोगों से ज़्यादा हमारे द्वारा इस फैक्ट्री से जुड़े हुए हैं और जो ये निरंतर ग्रोथ की ओर बढ़ती चली जा रही हैं।
वर्तमान में निवेश के लिए सर्वोत्तम बन रहे प्रदेश में एमएसएमई क्षेत्र में 2 करोड़ से अधिक युवाओं को रोजगार से जोड़ा गया।
टिप चाहिए, पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा और मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. This is not just an app, viewers, it's a direct conduit to a world of news delivered with unparalleled authority and integrity right at your fingertips. Republic World app is your gateway to the latest updates, live streams and the debates that have become the hallmark of our journalistic prowess. Download Republic World app, available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar. AMFI Mutual Funds. Sahi hai. Co-powered by Sera. This is your space. Play it your way. Philips Smart Wi-Fi LED lights. Smarter generation की smart lights.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, सस्ती दवाई, अच्छी दवाई, कम से कम 75% डिस्काउंट। अब तक जरूरतमंदों के 23,000 करोड़ रुपए बचे। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल, इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
Whenever I had ice cream or cold water, I would experience a sharp shooting sensation, so I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne, so now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
दिल के सारे राज खोलता है जब ये डायमंड बोलता है।
दिल की ऐसी बातों को डायमंड से बुलवाओ।
मलाबार आओ और अब पाइए डायमंड वैल्यू पे अप टू 25% ऑफ ड्यूरिंग माइंड डायमंड फेस्टिवल।
Union Minister Prahlad Joshi posted on X stating that the selection of the idol for the Pran Pratisthapana of Lord Ram in Ayodhya has been finalized. The idol of Lord Ram that will be installed in Ayodhya has been carved by a renowned sculptor of India, Yogi Raj Arun. In yet another incident of mob violence, Taluk in the Belagavi district of Karnataka witnessed an attack over an alleged love case. Over 20 individuals reportedly assaulted a house, damaged window cars, house window panes and 2 motorcycles. The conflict arose from a dispute between youth from 2 villages related to an alleged love case. The incident has been officially registered as a case at the Belagavi Rural Police Station.
Powered by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3 universities globally.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, हर गरीब का मुफ्त इलाज। 55 करोड़ लोगों को दी हर साल 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की निश्चिंतता। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
केंट से पानी होता है 100% प्योर।
केंट आरओ प्योरिटी दिखाता भी है।
केंट देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी।
Helps beat sensitivity fast. Sensodyne Rapid Relief.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बद इंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
Congratulations for the book, Why Bharat Matters. If I may say so, it's a very readable and user-friendly book.
Okay.
As somebody who's done reporting on foreign policy, many incidents that you mention in the book, one is seen at close quarters. And you being a practitioner of foreign policy, as a diplomat, as a politician now, you've seen it at very close quarters. So who did you really have in mind while writing the book? Because when I read it, I felt it's anybody can get lessons from that, not just journalists, not just people in think tanks, but who did you have in mind?
Well, if you got a sense that anybody could use it, I think I then appear to have succeeded in what I was trying to do. Mm-hmm. Because, I mean, if you look at the last decade, there have been enormous changes. There have been enormous changes in the country, but especially in foreign policy, with which I have personally been involved. You know, so I've really, at the beginning of the book, tried to explain why I wrote the book, which is, unless a person who is themselves involved in the process of change starts narrating the story and explaining it, people do not necessarily understand it. Now, when I say people, I actually mean the general public.
Yeah.
Because one of my points I make is foreign policy is important for everybody today. It's not something which people in South Bloc or, you know, or even I would say the larger political class or the people involved in diplomacy have stakes in. You know, I've tried to bring out how the normal people, the average people, have stakes. But some of it is also because what has been happening in the world. I mean, if you look at the last 5 years, I mean, we've had COVID, we've had, Afghanistan, the Taliban takeover, we've had problems on our border with China, we've
but
had...
in the book, you don't just mention it as, okay, we've had these problems. I like how it becomes relevant to me as a layperson when you talk about Vande Bharat, and how I as a layperson would be connected to foreign policy because of Vande Bharat, or evacuation of people, the Ganga, Operation Ganga. Then you talk about several things, the COVID diplomacy. So it makes it, relatable when it comes to.
No, absolutely. Because, what I've tried to do is to say, okay, look, here is a big picture. And here is what people would normally say, very complex diplomacy. Okay, there's a MEA and a foreign service and a minister who handle, and a government which handles all of this. I have tried to show, yes, we may be doing all that, but every one of these somewhere impacts your life. That if we take a stand, let us say, on the Russia-Ukraine conflict, we have done so because we are shielding the Indian consumer from unreasonable increases in the petrol price at the pump. Or if there is a COVID challenge, we have mounted this massive mission, Vande Bharat, which actually brings back 7 million people.
Yeah, like as a mother who has a son or a daughter stuck in Ukraine, would have thought that foreign policy doesn't really matter to me till that happened.
No, and again, the point I make is, look, these are no longer going to be one-off situations.
Yeah.
That, there's Ukraine, there is, recently Operation Ajay in Israel, there's Operation Kaveri in Sudan. That because Indians are working abroad, because Indians are studying abroad, because you and I and hundreds, if not millions of families are also traveling abroad. People go as tourists. If you look at merchant shipping today, look at air crew, look at the people working in hotels, people who have jobs, blue-collar jobs abroad. So we are globalizing. We need to know what those big dangers are out there. And in a sense, that's why a lot of the, I would say, the examples and the metaphors I've used. The big dangers, sometimes all the players are not aware what it means to you, but at the end of the day, it means something to everybody personally.
Correct. And the other interesting thing that I liked in the book was the allegorical references and the metaphors that you drew from the Ramayana. Mostly when we read books about foreign policy or statecraft or national security, they derive their references and their metaphors from, say, the Mahabharata. But I found it interesting that you found lessons on statecraft, diplomacy, everything from the Ramayana, and that was very interesting because, things like what Vibhishan did or Valivad, that, when it comes to statecraft, you could draw from that epic was very interesting. Why Ramayana?
Well, there's both a logic and an incident. Okay. The incident actually was when I was preoccupied writing the book. I'd gone to give a talk about my previous book. Okay. And somebody actually asked me, my recollection is it was in Pune, saying that, look, you've used Mahabharata, so, you know, have you ever thought about using Ramayana as a context, as something to draw from? And it was there somewhere at the back of my mind, but I think that incident compelled me to look at it. But there's another reason also. The other reason is, look, Ramayana, there's a difference in era, you know, even in what are norms and standards. I mean, by the time you reach Mahabharata, it's absolute realpolitik. I mean, you know, whereas I think it's important today to remind people that a reputation also has a value, that it is not something, you know, which is hot air, and, you know, it's not posturing, that standards mean something, rule of law means something, norms do count. So, but even those who have a higher purpose have to practice statecraft, and those who practice statecraft must always remember the higher purpose. So, in a sense, you know, I've tried to, in Ramayana really also to bring out I would say the ethical, or the, you know, are striving at the end of the day for a better world. You know, not that we win any which way and take what we get.
In the book, while reading the book, it's a bit confusing. Am I reading a book written by an academician? Am I reading a book written by a diplomat turned politician? Or am I reading a book written by a politician turned academic once again? It's like I can't figure out, like, you know, when you read a book, you want to know what the author is, who the author is, why is he looking at this prism? So what are you writing as?
I think a mixture of all of them. You know, the diplomat in me has in a sense, you can say, the domain knowledge and the experience which I talk about. The politician in me feels the need to communicate that to, as we said, to the everyday world, to the normal, you know, to the Samanya Nagrik, you can say. And in a sense, you know, look, if there are perhaps two sagas, two stories, all of us have grown up with, this is really the Ramayana and Mahabharata, you know. And we often use so much of the metaphors and the situations and the comparisons in our normal life. You know, if I were to talk to you chatting, I may bring up some reference there. So why I used that was also to remind people, look, we are a, you know, multiple sort of millennia old civilization. When we discuss the world, you know, can we think about doing it on our terms and in our, you know, in our framework, in our construct? So there was that part of it also, you know, that for me to think of the world, you know, I mean, as you can see, what I've tried to do is to take a particular theme and to try to give it a Ramayana type relevance. So say, for example, I've used the coalition building, you know, how Lord Ram very carefully constructs a coalition and what it takes to construct a coalition. You know, it doesn't happen by itself. Or even you know, in diplomacy. I mean, you've heard me say before that the two preeminent examples of diplomats are, you know, Hanuman and Shri Krishna. But there are others, you know, Angad, for example, or even his mother Tara. These are people who, in very difficult situations, practice their diplomatic skills. So
I like the Vibhishan part too.
You know, the Vibhishan part.
That was very interesting, and I wanted you to expound on that. I wanted more details because many times we think of Vibhishan as, okay, traitor from one aspect, but you said that there's more to it.
Well, there are two angles from which I've approached Vibhishan. One, of course, that Vibhishan itself, in a sense, is a person torn between a commitment to the right, to dharma on one side, and the fact that he's from Lanka and he's Ravan's brother. So that's the dilemma that he has. But I've also tried to put the other side. I mean, we always think of, when you say Vibhishan, what is he? But think of what must have been passing through Ram's mind when Vibhishan turns up.
So is it ethically or morally right what he did? And then you bring it to, I don't want to be a spoiler and explain how you bring that with today's India, but it is interesting how you draw the parallel out there.
One is the ethical, moral, but there's also this. There's a question, is Lord Rama, isn't he being smart?
Yeah.
That he's actually judged him well, partly because of Hanuman. Hanuman has given him the inputs. This allows him to make a judgment about Vibhishan, which actually is not shared by those around him. They are very suspicious of him.
Yeah.
Whereas he realizes the value of what it means to have someone like this on his side.
And also for the general good of the people. You keep saying that it's not just being moralistic in isolation, that one sees the stories from Ramayana. Everything is associated with the good of the people in mind. And I like how you bring the parallels.
Well, in today's political parlance, I would say delivery on the ground. So, if you are doing something and that doing something means effective delivery for the population, tell me what can be nobler than delivering good to people and changing their lives for the better.
I have to ask you about the title. It's Why Bharat Matters. Bharat and India interchangeable, and you come to the title of the book in the very last chapter. Yes. So usually, again, like I said, that many presumptions that one has while picking up a book written by a minister, you overturn many of that in this book. And one is that you tell us only in the last chapter why Bharat matters.
Well, again, I want people to read the other 10 chapters before getting there. But look, there's a very active debate right now. I think in many ways, obviously, people use that debate for their own narrow purposes. The fact is, to me, the term Bharat has a certain, not just a cultural, civilizational connotation, but also one of a certain confidence and identity and, and what terms how you perceive yourself, and because that is my business, what are the terms you're offering to the world. So I don't, this is not to me something which is a narrow political debate, or I would even say in that sense a historical cultural debate. It is a mindset, and the point I make is that if we are actually preparing seriously for the Amrit Kal, next 25 years, if we are talking of a Viksit Bharat, a developed Bharat, that can only happen if you are an Atmanirbhar Bharat.
In 2024, we complete 10 years of Prime Minister Modi being in office. You've been Ambassador, Foreign Secretary, EAM during this tenure. What have been where do you see the pivot happen in Indian foreign policy, and what were the challenges when you took over as Foreign Secretary, as EAM? What are the goals and that were given to you when you took?
Again, I have tried to bring that out in the book in an account of what I have put as a decade of transformation.
But you've not talked about it personally. That's what, it's not a memoir.
No, it's not a memoir.
Yeah,
it's not a memoir. I mean, you can't write a memoir when you are still holding a job, So I've tried to be very objective about it. in a way, I'm a participant, but I'm also a person trying to deliberately take myself out and look at it.
Several prisms going on there.
And I would say it was not so much that there was a turning point, I mean, unless, and you can call 2014 as a turning point. Once, Modi comes in 2014 and really weighs the foreign policy, which now he's taken charge of. That's essentially the chapter which I described, where you can see, he feels the need for a new construct, that one where the neighborhood, very generous, non-reciprocal policy towards the neighborhood, which brings the neighborhood in closer, to the fact that we have an extended zone.
The mandalas that you talk about.
Yes, the Southeast Asia, Indian Ocean, the Gulf, Central Asia. Now, we had made some progress definitely in Southeast Asia, but if you look, for example, at the Gulf, I mean, it was amazing. I mean, this is a region so near us, so many Indians living there, so much oil imported from there, yet politically very, very neglected. I mean, a country like UAE, for example, had not had a prime ministerial visit before Modi went there, from the time of Indira Gandhi. And then you will look at the Indian Ocean. Again, we were dealing with it like, this piecemeal. Island, that island. Yes, piecemeal. I mean, there wasn't a single integrated construct. And again, in the case of Central Asia, that intensity of connection was not there. Then the ability really to engage multiple, the major powers. Engage not in the sense of, oh, keep us out of your problems. Because that's a kind of like, I don't want to get caught in the big debates of the day. That's not what we are saying. We are saying, yes, we have stakes in the big debates of the day. I will take my call, but there's no exclusivity in any of my relationships. I reserve the right to deal with each one of you as per my national interest. And also preparing for a larger footprint, global footprint. Then the entire approach to the diaspora has undergone a change.
Absolutely. From 2014 onwards, they were suddenly in center focus, and they remain so, because initially it seemed as if there were many articles which came up, op-ed articles which said that this is just the start, grip of the foreign policy, he's going to ignore the diaspora and get on with the leaders, but that's not happened.
Well, I think, as has been the case for the last 10 years, a lot of people who've been writing about it really have no idea what is happening.
What to expect, at least nobody knows.
Yes. So maybe by writing this book, I may be doing everybody a service, at least.
By demystifying
saying, okay, here is a logic, here is a narrative. Why don't, I'm sure those who are open-minded enough to want to learn would probably find some benefit. But the other part is also, if you look at the big global issues of the day, that say, for example, climate change. We were perceived as one of the countries holding back. Today, actually, whether it is the International Solar Alliance, the Disaster Resilient Coalition, in fact, having been with Prime Minister Modi in Paris, in Glasgow, recently in Dubai, we've actually sort of taken the lead when it comes to the COP meetings. And
I will read out a couple of quotes from the book. In one of them, you say diplomacy is about chemistry and credibility, and you keep referring to that in the book several times, about how this chemistry, especially with the Prime Minister and world leaders, how it's impactful on delivering on foreign policy. Could you tell me a little bit about how these 10 years have mattered as far as this chemistry and credibility is concerned?
I mean, look, it's not that difficult to appreciate. I mean, let's for a moment not think of the leaders, okay? If two people have not met each other, have not spoken to each other, have not spent time with each other, how could they possibly relate to each other? I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? And yet, when you have, when we say, okay, India is growing, I mean, surely if India is growing, our interests are growing, that means we need to be much more active and much more engaging, and there must be that kind of connect, because at the end of the day, leaders do, a large part of policy making is derives from the judgment that a system, especially the system's leader, makes. Now, if I have not even spoken to you, how am I going to influence your judgment? So, if you see the last decade, to me, one great, I would say, advantage, a tailwind I've had as Foreign Secretary and now as EM, is the fact that in many countries, when you go there, the fact that the President or the Prime Minister, they know Prime Minister Modi, they admire him, they've spoken to him, they've discussed something, they've done something, this counts an enormous amount.
And the hugs and the Twitter engagement, the X engagement now, or social media. The Prime Minister embraced social media right away, and then every meeting that he's had with heads of state and government, he tweets about it. Then those people, the heads of government, they tweet about it. So this is, social media has played a very large role in this chemistry and credibility business.
Yes, it has. I think also to some extent they look, there was that example which was captured by the cameras, where President Biden is telling Prime Minister Modi, saying, whatever, you have a 70-something% approval rate, so how do you do it? I think other politicians, like in any competitive profession, they look to see, okay, how is the peer faring? Okay, for them, the fact that a Prime Minister is doing well in the country, doing well could be an election result, doing well could be 7.7 growth rate, doing well could be handling COVID, doing well could be deploying 5G. So they make these judgments. But at the
if President Biden wanted this kind of rating, he could have come for the Republic Day parade. He could have got a Namaste Biden, like Namaste Trump.
No, I think that was a different issue, because we got, it was tied to the Quad also, and we couldn't get a landing zone there.
Explain what is landing zone to layman.
No, meaning we couldn't get everything agreed with everybody. So therefore it didn't work.
Okay, another quote which I found interesting was, a nationalist outlook will naturally produce a nationalist democracy. Now, is it something that, and you also say that it's something that the world will get used to. Now, this is something that many people have written about, those who have seen Indian foreign policy evolve, that there is a kind of a muscular foreign policy now. It's a nationalist foreign policy.
I would say confident, not muscular.
Okay, confident, your choice of word. Some say, like you would say confident, some would say it's bombastic at times even, because of this, the domestic policy is so nationalistic, it's reflecting on the international interactions that the Prime Minister, that the Foreign Minister and everybody else has. Have we made more friends? Have we become a Vishwamitra, or are we imposing our view on the various mandalas that you talked about, which is our neighborhood and then the East Asia area?
No, I don't think we are imposing our view, because at the end of the day in foreign relations, beyond a point, you can't impose your view unless, you are such a big power with such a huge margin of strength that you can, and that is not the case. I would certainly say today, that if you look at the 200 odd countries, okay, if you say where is India today in their consciousness, in their awareness, I would say in the last 10 years we are very much deeper and stronger in that regard. If you say how many of them feel something has happened in India which is relevant to them, I would again say the answer is yes, those numbers have grown. We are seen as more relevant, we are more visible, we are seen as influencing many more outcomes. So, if you look at it today, many more leaders want to come to India. One of my big challenges as a foreign minister is really to explain why Prime Minister cannot visit every country in the world every year, because everybody apparently wants him to come.
I'm going to go into the trouble areas. So, when we talk about,
no, this is not a trouble area. This is when you have high demand. I mean, it's in a way a welcome problem.
You have many wanting to come here.
Many wanting to come. Many of them who want him to go out. So, I would certainly say today, look, when we say Vishwamitra, just look. I give you the example.
Vishwamitra feels nice. Vishwaguru seems threatening to many.
I've used the word Vishwamitra, and to me, if you want one example of that, is the G20. That at the G20, look, go back and look at it. 24 hours, not even 12 hours before the G20 declaration was finalized, there were people publicly predicting that we will fail. Okay, now I know some part of it was politically driven, put that aside. But the general expectation was, relations today are so polarized on the Ukraine issue. If the concerns of the global south have become so strong and yet being contested in a way or not being recognized duly by others. So there was a north-south divide, there was a east-west polarization, different countries were pulling in different directions, and yet the fact was eventually we got everybody to come to the table. And I accept, when they all came to the table, they deserve credit. But finally, the truth is, they came to the table because everybody ultimately had a relationship with India. The other 19 countries said, yes, this matters for India. This is something which is right. So because the fact is everybody made a compromise. That's how it happened.
Yeah. But that happened, and then suddenly we saw ties with Canada plummet. It happened literally within weeks.
But that
what went wrong there?
That is, I think, I honestly do not see.
During the summit.
Look, I do not see a correlation there. No, I mean, getting everybody around on a G20 has nothing to do with the Khalistani issue in Canada. I mean, the Khalistani issue is not a new issue. The Khalistani issue has existed for decades.
Why do you think that it has become such a thorn in the flesh for India-Canada relations? And why do you think Prime Minister Trudeau, for a handful of Khalistanis, has put relationship with India on the rocks?
Look, I can explain my government, my Prime Minister, and my book.
But you're also an academic, you're also a diplomat.
I do not, it's not for me to speculate on other Prime Ministers, but I will tell you the issue at heart. The issue at heart is the fact that in Canadian politics, these Khalistani forces have been given a lot of space and have been allowed to indulge in activities which I think are damaging to the relationship, clearly not in India's interest, but I would argue not in Canada's interest either. But unfortunately, that is the state of their politics.
How do you see the allegations that Canada makes on India with regard to deaths which have taken place, unexplained deaths which they call, and the investigations they are doing, and compare it with what the Americans and how they are reacting?
Smita, I've spoken about this before. It is not obviously a subject relating to my book, and we are not here to do a press conference.
Right.
I mean, I've been quite clear on this, that if somebody gives us something to investigate, we'll look at it.
Right. I will move on to, in your book you talk...
yes, let's stay with the book.
In the book, you talk about legacy building also, and about how everything that has happened in the Modi era has worked towards a goal. In 2024, will India and China bury the hatchet? Because there is in one part you talk about relationship with France and how it has gone forward. You talk about relationship with Japan. These two stand out clearly in the Modi era, having taken an upward trajectory. The two which don't take an upward trajectory, one is China and the other one is, of course, Pakistan. Pakistan barely makes any mention in your book, but China. So will steps be taken in 2024 to bury the hatchet?
See, I cannot answer that because obviously, as they say, it takes two hands to clap. But I pose the issue, and I pose the issue in this manner, that if you look at the last 75 plus years of our foreign policy, we've had a strain of realism about China, and we have had a strain of, I can say, you can call it idealism, romanticism, non-realism, you can say. And it begins right from day one, I mean, where there is a very sharp difference of opinion how to respond to China between Nehru and Sardar Patel. I'm giving a certain attitude here. So I would say the Modi government has been very much more in conformity with the strain of realism which originated from Sardar Patel. And
you mentioned the romanticism of the Nehruvian era.
Yes.
Now, and then you talk about the realism.
And I've given some examples. I mean, where you know, even when it came, for example, to the UN Security Council seat. Now, again, it's not my case that we should have necessarily taken the seat. That's a different debate. But to say that, you know, we should first let China, you know, China's interests should come first. You know, that's a very it's a very peculiar statement to make.
And you also write that there was no reciprocity in the years after that from China.
Yeah, no. So there is a judgment here. There is first a judgment about what we should do, then there's a judgment about what you should expect. You know. So I think today, you know, what will happen with China? I mean, I argue for dealing with China from a basis of realism, that strain of realism which I feel extends all the way from Sardar Patel to Narendra Modi. That is the strain of realism which I feel should allow us to have a certain approach. The alternative strain, which starts from Nehru's, in a sense, China first policy, because he says, first let China take its seat, then we will see for India.
China first.
So from China first policy, it ends up as Chindia policy.
I know. Today. People had forgotten that horrible term, Chindia.
Well, I think you should ask the inventor of the term.
Yeah, it's very cringeworthy to read it today.
But there you are.
Yeah. You've been ambassador in China. You've met with several of your predecessors who were foreign ministers. You as a foreign minister, as an external affairs minister, how do you see the pivot that India has taken with regard to China?
No, I don't think, look, I don't believe it's a pivot we have taken. You know, we have tried to construct a relationship which is based, as I say, on three mutuals. And the fact is that unless there is a mutuality of, you know, that mutuality is recognized, this relationship will find it very difficult to progress. And today, part of our problem is exactly because in 2020 agreements were disregarded, and the mutuality on which this whole relationship is predicated has not been followed, that we have the situation we have. So when you ask me where would it go, I would say a lot of it would depend on what is the Chinese policy.
In the book you mention a number of places or times in our history where mind games have to be played by diplomats, by politicians when dealing with other countries. With China, did we always lose out on this mind games thing?
No, I don't think we always lost out, but I would argue that at various points of time, you know, we could have, you know, say there was, when we talk about the parts of the past which today would be very difficult for someone to understand, the Panchsheel Agreement is another such example. You know, so I would say that today, that's why I come back to Bharat.
Yeah.
That the role of confidence, the role of assurance, the fact, I mean, we are multiple millennia civilization. You know, all this should be in our demeanor, in our standing, and in the way in which we approach other countries.
You confuse people because of this demeanor. Let me be honest with you. You were in Russia, and you posted that picture, and then you were sitting with President Putin, and in the Western press there was an absolute meltdown that now Dr. Jaishankar is there, and then there's this bonhomie between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi, untrustworthy friend and ally. The Western media just doesn't know how to read you.
No, if people can't read me, that means my mind games are working. Okay, But the answer is, honestly, I see no reason that people should take any, what was happening other than at face value, because we have always maintained that the Russia relationship is a very important one, very steady one. I've written about it in my book.
Yeah.
And I said it in Moscow. I mean, I said it publicly in Moscow even before my meeting with President Putin happened, which is that we value this relationship. It's a relationship that has served India where, look, I'm looking at it now from an Indian perspective. And that's also part of being Bharat. Huh? Part of being Bharat is you must look from the perspective of your interest, not allow other people to decide your judgment and your responses.
When you write about the Quad and then the disappointment when the Quad had to take a back seat, and then it comes up again. It comes into focus when Prime Minister Modi comes in. Again, it comes into focus. So obviously when it's Quad, and then there is Russia, who are the new friends? Who are the old friends? Is everybody a friend? This Vishwamitra bit, I know you're going to come back to that. Is everybody a friend? How do you choose your friends and allies?
Again, look, a country which has maximum friends and minimum adversaries is obviously one with a smart diplomacy. So why would a country restrict its friends? Why would it say, I will choose you and not choose you? Unless your interest compelled you to do that. I am today focusing on how do I expand my relationships? How am I more present? How am I more influential? So for me, the more friends I have, the more forums I'm member of, the more places where I can influence, sway outcomes is good for me. Now it's the others who push you, this is the mind games that others play, that, they would say, if you are a democracy, you must do this, this, this. So if you should ask them, well, if that is so, please look at the mirror and tell me how you were behaving as a democracy. So everybody, after all, look, it's not like every country has its values and beliefs, but every country has its interests as well. And every country finds a balance. So when others come and tell you that you have no interest, that you must go by what has been decided elsewhere, that's when you lack that self-confidence to say, excuse me, I think I'm going to do something else because I've looked at it very carefully and my interests have taken me in a certain direction or asked me to take a certain position.
But that's exactly what has been happening post G20 in the foreign media. Almost on a weekly basis, one is seeing articles that this assertive India on the world stage is happening at one level, and at the other level, it is at the cost of diplomacy, democracy sliding, or democracy indicators sliding in India.
Yeah, but I've not I've made some references to that democracy narrative. That is also a mind game. That is when
I think I'm regretting using that word now.
No, but seriously, just look at it this way. There are people who apparently feel more confident of their support outside India than inside India. They get support from outside India. So we have this constant barrage. We've had this from 2014. It increased after 2019. I'm sure it will become very shrill as we lead up to the summer of 2024, who will constantly come at you and say, you are less of a democracy, they'll pick what they believe are flaws or failings that we have. Again, we must have the confidence to judge it. I'm not saying we're perfect. I'm not saying we don't have room for improvement. Everybody does. We certainly do. But I would say, please look at their motive and their agenda. They are not agenda-less. They are not motive-less. They are trying to push a certain line because they have a certain interest. So don't necessarily take what comes in the foreign media at face value. Because when you look at the kind of, shall I say, multiple standards that they practice, you are talking of the state of democracy in this country. Give me any yardstick of democracy. Are your elections fair? Is your participation growing? Are broader and broader sections involved? Are your institutions working? I would say I'm doing as well as any other democracy. Frankly, I could, if anything, I could be passing judgments on a whole lot of other democracies.
But India doesn't.
You know, we are very dignified people, and we.
That's what I want to know. Why is it that India doesn't have its own, or the Indian government? I'm not talking about just the Modi government, and even the earlier governments. There have been no statements regarding the slide of democracy of other countries.
You have a point. You have a point. I think part of it is because we also have a tradition where we do not make very intrusive, judgmental statements.